so let us all fasten our seatbelt as we begin proceedings today. Thank you very much. We want to begin with Adventist University of Africa. You all know Adventist University of Africa. It is the university for all the 3 divisions in Africa. It is based in Kenya. We are blessed with the presence of the Vice Chancellor of AUA. He has many good news for us. And let us give him our undivided attention as he shares his plans and his vision for us. Let us listen attentively. We have here Professor Vincent Injeti. Professor Vincent Injeti, he was my immediate boss before I came here. So I'm happy to have him here. Thank you, Prof.
Bonjour, good morning, brothers and sisters. It's my pleasure this morning to share a report of Adventist University of Africa and its contribution to this division. Chairperson Dr. Robert Concil, leaders from General Conference and the Wilson and the Guagwe, and the members of Board EXCOM. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure this morning to present the report of Adventist University of Africa. Right at the outset, we want to say that our mission is to support your mission. Your mission at the conference level, your mission at the union and the division level, and your mission in various departments of the various entities of the church. And when we say that our mission is to support your mission, it's just not giving you just moral support, or it's not lip service that we want to pay. When we say the statement, we really mean it. We want to see how we can support your work so that we can have competent, effective, and caring ministers and leaders for the church who can do the mission of the church effectively. Last year, when we gathered here, we presented this picture of the Francophone countries. Out of the 54 countries on the African continent, 21 are in the Francophone region. And it has been our desire over the last few years to offer one of our qualifications in the French language, so that our pastors who are at the grassroots level and our leaders at various levels of the church who minister to the laity and who participate in evangelism are well equipped in terms of their commitment and knowledge and desire to serve the Church of God. And we have noticed that we normally do not attract many students from the Francophone countries. And one of the reasons is because we teach in English. So we have been working with the government of Kenya, their accrediting body, called Commission on University Education. And after a long and hard work with them, we have been accredited to offer Master of Divinity in French. To God be the glory. Amen. The Commission on University of Education has approved for AUA to teach in the French language. We have recruited a professor who is well versed with speaking in French exclusively for this program. All in all, we have 3 professors who can teach in French at AUA even as a speaker. So the first cohort that we will be offering will be on the campus of Kosandai Adventist University in Cameroon. You can see the picture there. We have already signed the MOU. The president, Dr. Concil, is there, and the vice chancellor of the university is there, and we have entered into an agreement to offer this, and we will be offering this in the month of February 2024. Now, this is aimed at all the neighboring unions also and taught in the French language and be prepared for God's work. That is the first news that I want to share with you. The second one I want to share with you as to how we support your mission. Last year, we stood as AUA in front of you and before the EXCOM, and just coming from GC after hearing about Mission Refocus, how the World Church would like to place emphasis in reaching out in the 1040 window, we came here and we said, we want to train your pastors with a specific qualification to reach out to other faiths, tuition-free. And we're not sure how it was going to work out, and we dialogued with the division officers. It was not an easy task to take. They also had to invest a lot of money in the form of accommodation and travel and meals and other fees. By the grace of God, we are offering a MA in missiology for 3 pastors from each union to serve as frontline pastors in the 1040 window countries. We want to thank the division also for coming along and supporting and sponsoring and participating in this venture. We have 5 master's qualifications, and the qualification of MA in missiology is the program that is tailor-made to reach out to people of other faith. I want to believe that with the offering of our programs in French, with the training in MA in missiology to our pastors, where they'll be able to reach out to people of other faiths in the context that they are living in, it will make a difference in the church. We know that you set a target of 1 million by the end of the year, and by the end of the quinquennium, we would like to double it, and we are here to support those endeavors and ensure that your goals are reached. We're also trying to connect with other speakers and others who can come and do campaigns in this region, and I'm also working with the officers in that endeavor. But by the grace of the Lord, if these plans come to fruition, I believe church membership will grow, not only in terms of membership, spiritual nurture will take place, member retention also will take place. I want to move on to the next one, just to give you an overview of the activities that are happening at the Adventist University or have happened over the last 10 months. We began the new year with a colloquium, and the title of the colloquium is Doing Our Father's Business. We know that essentially we are a seminary. We are there to provide advanced training to our pastors, and all our activities are seen from the point of view of how we can participate and train our people in ministry, in mission. Therefore, the title of the colloquium is Doing Our Father's Business. We invited a union president from SID. We keep doing that on a rotation basis. One union president from the different divisions on this continent, and we have Pastor Vani Manyumbe, who came as a speaker and participated in that.
giving you that opportunity. If the unions do not encourage their people to apply, we will give it to another union that is ready to go, because we want to send 30 people. 30 people come January, and you have to send a name to Pastor Balisasa, meet him, talk to him about it, and then ensure that the students apply. Because it's good for them to apply to get admission, for us to know that they qualify. If you bring them and they apply and they don't qualify, that is another thing. So while bringing them in, let them apply to AUA, indicating MA in Physiology. We look forward to this collaboration. Is there any question, any comment for Prof? Yes, please. If you have any question, please straight to the microphone. And remember, 2 minutes. Pastor, now you 10 minutes.
The chair, we don't have a microphone here.
And be looking at the monitor here. 2 minutes. Then you stop.
I want to express great appreciation to the leadership, Vice Chancellor, and the entire university. I am thrilled by the kind of things that they are doing. It gives us a lot of encouragement and assurance that this university has come to stay. I want to commend the leadership, the Vice Chancellor, and the team. Wish you well. We pray that God's blessings will be on you and this university will go from strength to strength. Chair, I also want to ask, is the WAP sponsoring both people for the French program and the sociology program, both in the I'm wondering whether the French countries are going to focus on the French program, or they can send both.
Thank you very much, Pastor, for the question. The MA Missiology program, we are going to look at it in a special way. We are going to treat that one uniquely. But if you have not utilized your trade sponsorship, if you have not utilized that, especially the French speaking, then send somebody to do the MD. But the Missiology program, we are going to treat it in a special way. AUA is paying 50%. Maybe the division may say we will pay 30%. And then the union will pay 10%, and the conference will pay 10%. So that one, let's treat that as a unique program. But now, the French-speaking countries focus on the MD. Please take advantage of the MD program. And those with the English who want to send missionaries to the French-speaking countries, you can sponsor someone who is French-oriented to go into the MD, so that one day you can also help with the mission work in the French-speaking countries. Yes, Pastor.
Thank you very much. I'm Koya Derezo from West Sierra, precisely from Guinea-Bissau.
Understand. Pastor Bakari, please come and check the microphone. The sound is not.
Okay. From 2009, I did computer science from Valley University. But because of my work, I'm working in a private company. As we participate with our company. So right now, in my company, I'm coordinating the project for our passport, biometric passport.
things are too many. See, all these mics are working.
What is the problem with that mic? Can you have a battery? The batteries must be down.
What concerns the battery with audio volume? Battery is it will go off. Just when you are the control to increase volume.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me answer this one. We were aware of that,
This
as
video
you rightly
capture
said. So it's part of the MOU. That before they first finish their proposals, so they can come regarding the data analysis. So we pray that our attendants we have to pass and be able to complete it as soon as possible. Thank you. So our union leaders has this so as they come and they still right. And so we need to support. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for the invitation and the assistance. There are some appreciation for Professor Titi. Thank you very much. We wish you really good luck.
Thank you so much. We brought some analysis for the analysis and each one of you that keep constantly for your and to support the mission of this city, so support the mission.
So please come in and then you have to have our statement. The preaching is finished. So
This is okay. This was off one.
Treasurer's Council to look at the finances of the division as well as the report of the
inflation rate in the countries we are operating. And you can see that we have the highest, about 50. And when I was checking last night, I discovered that even one of our territories that we are operating, the inflation rate has jacked up to 48%, and you can see how it's spread. So inflation is definitely a challenge in every financial environment. High inflation rate can have a significant consequences on the economy, as they can lead to an increase in poverty and decrease in economic activities. It is not a secret that our division boasts about 15 to 18 poorest countries. Out of the 22 countries we have, our division will be challenged. We must remain prudent. We must remain focused on how to manage the resources God has placed in our hands to do business. Mr. Chairman, you can see from the picture, where's my bag? Find my bag somewhere. Sorry, a minute. Bulletproof. I hear you. Mr. Chairman, the picture you see on the wall there is a meeting of the 13th World Divisions and Attached Field of the General Conference of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. In a meeting of these leaders, the leaders were met together to brainstorm what are the opportunities and challenges COVID-19 has brought to the church. And when we sit without thinking, without planning, I thank the GC president was there with us. You can see him just somewhere if you can adjust your glasses very well. You can see the GC president there beside your division treasurer. We thank him for his presence and for his guidance and the counsels we received during that meeting of these leaders. The 13th World Division and Attached Fields of the General Conference of the Church met in California to have a very deeper look on the global economy of the world, how it affects or how it will affect the church as we strategize for mission. Apart from the global challenges of the economy, there is the issue of the block currencies, devaluation, uncontrollable exchange rate fluctuation that has not only threatening the way we do mission, but also threatening the economy of different countries. But also hinder the movement of funds from one point to the other for mission. As a result of this, quite a number of organizations are contemplating of decentralization or relocation to a more viable and favorable economic environment. The world is in a mess, and the gurus are standing looking. They can't fix it. Some of the challenges, Mr. Chairman, of this global economic outlook is not far-fetched because it is with us daily. In countries around where we live, and even in Africa, and even globally also, you discover that increase in government oversight over their resources is on the increase every day. Government is micromanaging and
going closely to manage how the economy is doing. Some banks I know in Nigeria, they have to report to central bank every day any withdrawal above a certain limit to prove that such money, such transactions are legitimate. Mr. Chairman, another area that government are looking more closely to monitor is money laundering and terrorism financing. If they discover any funds movement that is questionable, the easiest way they conclude and that this is potentially terrorist funding. What about the risk of fraud and corruption, which all of us are aware of? Government is tuning up and looking so closely. How can we monitor this in respective countries? What about the lion in the room? The lion in the room called the exchange rate, where we are suffering it, we are going through the pain, excruciating pain of changing from every minute. The other day I said it is changing every day. Somebody said no, it is changing every hour or minute. It is a market force. It is a market force. What about the political instability? Mr. Chairman, you will agree with me that in our division, 5 countries are under military rule. And so if a country is under military rule, you can guess, your guess is as much as mine. What about the cryptocurrency that is being introduced? We do not know how it's going to play out in this situation. Cyber security. You cannot make a transfer anywhere. People are afraid to make transfer by electronic means. You get messages, be careful with this, be careful with that, because if they get your name, they can access your bank account and your money will be swept before you realize it. Challenges of diverse kinds, all within us. But Mr. Chairman, even with that, you ask me, how is the financial position of West Central Africa Division? How is the financial position of West Central Africa Division? Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that the financial position of West Central Africa Division is in the red. He is in the red. Mr. Treasurer, why is the financial position of WOD in the red? Sure, I can tell you why. Because you can see, it has left the green zone moving out. As you can see, I hope my slide there is clear enough for you to see. You can see it is weak, I call it, and has only one step to go to very weak. Why is that, Mr. Treasurer? Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that, number one, this House voted to write off a 1 billion account receivable from one of our institutions. 1 billion CFA, and that is Kosande University. Mr. Chairman, the second issue is that this House bought a land in Abidjan called Bassam land through a vendor. That vendor, the original owners of the land said, no, you don't own land. They went into litigation until the Supreme Court of the land, and the Supreme Court of the land gave the land back to the original owners, and the vendor lost it. So therefore, Mr. Chairman asked me, have you gotten the money back? I will say no. When are you getting the money? I will tell you, I don't know. And that is why my colleagues in the auditing in GCAS said, when they were with me last time, they said, Mr. Treasurer, you need to make provision for these funds. Because and I tried to argue, tried to struggle with them to say no. They said, okay. They asked me just 2 questions, Mr. Chairman. And what were the questions? They said, Mr. Treasurer, do you have the land? I said no, because there was the newspaper advert to show that the land has been returned to the original owners from the Supreme Court. Do you have the land? I said no. Do you have the money? I said no. Come on. make a 100 provision of impairment allowance. That has been made in this report. Mr. Chairman, this committee, this house, built a house in Liberia. Built a house in Liberia in the thinking of doing business. Okay, fine. But this is about running to 7 to 8 years now. That investment has not yielded 1 penny dividend. But rather, instead of yielding any income, Mr. Chairman, we are using operation to fund the interest. To pay for the interest, Mr. Chairman. I hope you are with me. Mr. Chairman, secondly, we are using operation to fund the depreciation. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's somebody who would like to do that kind of business. You will think twice. Mr. Chairman, another thing, these funds, the money from the Basam land, the money for the building of the Millennium Guest House, all was a loan from retirement fund with 2% interest. And so these two investments are not yielding shishi, Nigeria will say. Are not yielding 1 penny, nothing. But rather, the meager resources that we need to do mission with, to do business with, we have to make provision. And you know, I trust you. I love you guys. They will say, Treasurer, no, we can't compromise you. We have to make provision of all those and pay the interest and all of the that is. We are committed in seeing, because the funds was taken from retirement fund, and all of us, we know what retirement funds is all about. Some of us are almost looking at the door, getting to join the club of retirees. Is that not true? And it is not good. Mr. Chairman, during the 2022 year-end meeting, and that was when I was coming in quite newly, and I tried to put up a report, and I brought this thing up. The House fell short of telling me I should go and return that money immediately. But I pleaded with the House, which they graciously considered and asked me to go and make a payment plan. And Mr. Chairman, I am happy to tell the House today that I went back, because I know what the retirement fund is. I have started paying back from the meager resources of the division, paying back into the retirement fund. Today, we have paid about $5.5 million US. That is a challenge. Mr. Chairman, one of the good news to this House this morning is to tell the House that we thank God with the initiative. We do not allow the situation to dictate to us, but we look at the situation and we sit and craft and work out how we will dictate the situation. Currency exchange. You remember during the 2022 year-end meeting, we said the trust fund in Nigeria, the money in the banks in Nigeria were locked up there and in local currency. And every day, like I said earlier, it was losing value. But this year, as early as March, when we were going back and forth to do business with the Western Nigeria and Oyo Conference, I was doing business in changing the money. And as of today, there is no naira in the bank account in Nigeria. We have changed all the naira. If there is any naira today in the bank, maybe is the trust fund of last month, which also I have called the bank manager. Tell me what is the balance in the bank. And as I'm sitting here, I'm checking her up to know the balance and authorize her, please get it out and in dollars. So the money, about 3 billion naira, it is now changed to dollars in the account in the same bank, Mr. Chairman. So with this, Mr. Chairman, you can see definitely when I say that the the financial position of the division is weak, you can now understand what I am talking about. Exchange losses has caused us serious pain over the year. You can see from, for example, in Nigeria at the beginning of the year, Mr. Chairman, the exchange rate we used in budgeting was 670 naira to the dollar. But today, now, the dollar is 1,200 or 300 naira to the dollar. So you discover that at least we have made some savings. If we were to change those naira today, it will be nothing compared to the dollar. But at least we have made a gain of about 400 to 500 naira to each dollar from January to date in exchanging those resources. Yes, you can see, and thank God for the CFA currency. It has relatively remained stable. When you look at the exchange rate at January, in January this year, 620.73. You can see it has only increased with 3 CFA, 3.15 CFA today. So you can see there's a little stability in that currency. With a very minimal. The Ghana cedi also has relatively remained stable with the exchange rate of 12 cedi to 1 Ghana, 12 Ghana cedi, to $1. And then it has remained stable, as you can see from the graph up there. The red is the Nigerian naira. Look at it as at October where it is. The green is the CFA. Look at how it has remained stable, Mr. Chairman. This exchange rate is the elephant in the room that has continued to challenge our operation. The weak global economy outlook has continued to challenge the currencies in our territories with no solution in the immediate contemplation. Let me take you through a comparative financial activities of the division for the last 3 years and as it is as of September 2023. Mr. Chairman, you will see from this, where is the red? The financial statement. The first one. Okay. Look at the financial statement. And financial statement is made up of two sections. All right? This is the asset section of the financial statement. This is 2000, 2001, 2002, September 2003. In 2000, you discover that our cash position was 4 billion, and that is this one. In 2001, it grew to 7.4 billion, and that is this one. The red. In 2022 December, it grew to 8.3 billion, and that is the green. Are you there? And then in September 2023, do you call it pink or whatever? You can see it from 8 is dropping to about a little about 5 billion, and this is 5.3 billion. You can ask me, Mr. Treasurer, why is the cash dropping? I've just told you I have started paying the retirement fund that we have taken. So definitely the cash position will drop. Yes, Mr. Chairman. The next is investment. You will see that our investment account has remained the same. There is no change. And this is basically from the funds we have in Ghana. In 2021 and 2020 and 2021, there is a little movement. For 2022 and 2023, as of September, it remains the same. Mr. Chairman, one of my associates will talk to us about account receivable in a short while. And so we will get to know the details about this account receivable, its movement, and who is involved. Mr. Chairman, you can see virtually the note receivable long term has virtually remained the same. Mr. Chairman, you can see our fixed asset, due to depreciation, it must be dropping down annually. Mr. Chairman, you can see the cash, what is it? The next one, the cash investment long term, the cash receivable long term also remain the same. Yes, Mr. Chairman. What about the statement of this is how the account receivable looks like SDA organization. The other day during our council, you will see how the account receivable SDA organization is dropping, and this is what you see. This is what you see here. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the fixed asset. This is how it is: the land, the net land improvement, the net building fixtures, the net in residence. All of it, you will see that it virtually remains the same. There is no quite serious activities in that area. The residence, you will see it because we have taken quite, the residents we are living in Abidjan were poorly maintained. So we have to bring them to standard that our directors and officers can have a decent accommodation. Yes, Mr. Chairman, what about the liabilities? You will see the account receivable also is the account payable. Account payable also is dropping because it is dropping because we have started paying back the retirement fund. Employees also is dropping. It is relatively very low. You can see in the last area, other account receivable has remained stable and no change. Mr. Chairman, look at the tithe, because the other day when we were talking about resources to do mission, even if we will do business, we need to study the kind of business we do. But like the Wilson will say, it is you can only fund mission with what? With tithe and offering. This is the principal source of the revenue for doing business, for doing mission. And how has it played out? Mr. Chairman, you can see that the tithe and offering, the red is the tithe in US dollars. The green, the blue is the combined offering that we receive in US dollars. As at September this year, there is an increase of 7% of the tithe. And again, a 4.2 increase in the offering in the US currency. What about the combined offering plan and tithe in local currency? And that is the CFA, because the other slide was in US dollars. This one, you can see that the increase is also noticeable there as at 2020. You can see it here, the increases in percentage here. Mr. Chairman, the direct operating income, investment, direct operating income is income from rent, house interest, and some minimal savings. And then investment income utilized again in market value. And then the other operating income is income from small miscellaneous, and you can see as of September this year, virtually it is zero. Now, how has this exchange rate affected us? What is the volume? What is the quantity? If you quantify the exchange rate that we are talking about, how has it affected us in the years? I will dwell so much on the 2023. You will see that in 2023 up there, you will see that exchange loss unions. So this is how much the exchange loss from unions is. This is one. Exchange loss in banks in Nigeria, this one. Exchange loss or gain to the bank in Ghana, it gave us a small gain there of about $50,000 US. Exchange loss or gain in other banks is this one you see, Mr. Chairman. So you can see that this is the activities of how much exchange loss has affected us. With only these ones that we have received a $50,000 exchange gain. Yes, exchange loss on account receivable, Mr. Chairman. How does it mean? Exchange loss on account receivable. When we talk about account receivable, it is the funds that organizations owe the division. And as well so much on the last one too, because other ones have had. You can see the unions and institutions. This is the loss that cost. Exchange rate, is it the right slide? Okay, yes, this one. Okay? Sorry. Okay. What am I doing? First one. Okay. This is exchange loss in local currency. Local currency here is the CFA. Okay? On institutions, on unions and institution accounts receivable or payable. The seven you can see from here, institutions, unions and institutions. It is. You can see from banks in Nigeria, it is. I think I have done this one. I've spoken about this one. Now, in another format, you will see that in this pie chart, which are the unions that have this account receivable lost. Somewhere you can see that we have them up there, Valley View, some of them Eastern Nigeria, Northern Nigeria, and quite, but Mr. Chairman, the point of interest is the last sentence here. Total exchange loss on union and institution receivable. It is. Total exchange loss on union account institution. So you discover that this is the net activities of the loss we incur in exchange operation from our field. You can see it also here. Exchange loss in bank in Ghana takes about 40%, and the exchange loss in Nigeria takes about 55%. But Mr. Chairman, as I told you, all the monies in Nigeria is gone. What about the tax sharing? This 7.3, 7.4, 7.6 we receive every year compared to the budget, because that is how much we base the budget of the division on. And that is the resources of the division. You will see that the green represents the income, and the red represents how much we budgeted for it. And you can see that as of today, in 2023, we are not, it is fluctuating, because this is in local currency and what have you, a little bit. The same thing with the offering, because the budget is for 9 months and the offering is for 7 months, because we have not received all the income for the period that is needed. Mr. Chairman, another important area is the indicators. How then are we faring in all of this? How then are we faring in all of this? Our working capital, Mr. Chairman, is not affected so much in this area, because available working capital is 19.2 months, but the policy will say 6 months. We have in excess of 13.2. Okay? Sorry. That is currently in September 2023. And what about the liquidity, Mr. Chairman? It also dropped a little bit because of those movements of cash earlier mentioned. Available liquid asset is now 8 instead of 11 as at 2022 December period. But it has dropped to 8.2, but policy requires 3 months, and we have in excess 5.2, Mr. Chairman. And this is our self-support. Our self-support as of September is 64%. And you can see how it has been fared in 2022, 21, 2020, up to 2019. Mr. Chairman, that is it. Mobilizing resources for mission is another area that we talked about, because we are all out for mission. It is time for mission. If there is any time we need to spend all our time, it should be on mission. And now is the time. And so, Mr. Chairman, the slogan in the Treasury Department is mobilizing resources for mission. Manpower resources, financial resources, and any other resources that is legitimate that we can bring together to do mission with it. The time is now. Despite the challenging economic environment, mission is inevitable. We can't avoid it, because that is the greatest commission we have been given. Because we will not depend on our wisdom to do mission. The Bible says, Mr. Chairman, as I quote Proverbs chapter 3, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. So we are not going to lean on our own understanding. We are not going to lean on our own degrees of how to manage economy, because it is slipping off out in the hands of the gurus. Mr. Chairman, we will depend on the Lord. We will trust in the Lord. In all our ways, in all our financial operations, we will acknowledge Him. And He said He will direct our path. Do not be wise on your own eyes. We are not going to be wise in our own eyes, because we have recognized and realized that it is time for mission. And if it is time for mission, we will go back to the giver, the person who gives us the mission, to tell him we need the resources. And my Bible tells me the earth and the fullness therein belong to who? Belong to the Lord. And I believe He will provide. The servant of the Lord also gave us more light on this promise, and she said, for workers for Christ are never to think. Workers for Christ are never to think, much less to speak of failure in their work. We are not going to talk about failure. The Lord Jesus is our efficiency and sufficiency in all things. His Spirit is to be our inspiration. As we place our hands into ourselves into His hands to be channels of light, our means, listen, our means of doing good will never be exhausted. Our means, let us place ourselves in His hand. Let us commit the mission He has given us in His hand. We and the mission committed to Him, He says the means to do that mission will never be exhausted. That we may draw upon His fullness and receive of that grace which has no limit. Yes, Mr. Chairman, in the light of this strong statement from the Bible and the spirit of prophecy, we are moving ahead to mobilize resources for mission in the year 2024. The 2024 appropriation allocation and budget captured some mission initiative that we hope to implement as moving forward. Digital strategy for evangelism. We've been talking about this all these days, and even in the office. The purpose of this initiative, Mr. Chairman, is to invest in innovative digital strategies that will advance and accelerate the church growth, diversify our evangelism approach. If you go to the ocean you want to fish, and you go with one hook, the tendency is that you may spend the whole day without catching one fish. But what about if you go with 1,000 hooks into the river you want to do fishing? The possibility of catching a fish that day is high. So we will diversify. We are not forgetting about the old system of evangelism, the public campaign, the small group, the one-on-one, the TMI, all of it. Since we have realized that quite a number of our teaming member population, the youth, their constituency is technology. And we have to get there. We have to go there and meet them. Because we do not want to miss them. We want to go home together with our young people. So, Mr. Chairman, the President, who is the chair of the Evangelism Subcommittee, will come up with identifiable and innovative digital strategy for mission in our territory come 2024. Disciple making, reclaiming, and retention. We've been talking about this. When I saw the statistics at the General Conference that shows that out of every 10 people baptized, 4 leaves the church. And that is a percentage that we shouldn't play around with. It's a serious one. We also want to look into that area. The concept of this provision is to increase our skill and knowledge on disciple making, reclaiming, and retention. The one within the church. There will be an intensive seminar on this particular subject. It is time to walk the talk. You understand what I mean? We've been talking about people are leaving the church. What are we doing about them? We've been talking about keeping those we have. What are we doing about them? It is now to walk what we have been talking. Yes. Another area of importance, Mr. Chairman, that we want to address in the appropriation is leadership training and development. People said if you are leading and nobody following you, it appears that you have failed. Leadership development helps in stabilizing the work. We will give this a priority in the coming years by inviting resource persons in church leadership to help us understand the concept properly as we commit ourselves in doing mission come 2024. Stewardship. There is a move from the partnership between treasury and stewardship. Yes. Somebody will say, this partnership is to balance your budget. Or this partnership is for fundraising. No, I tell you no, categorically no. What is the essence of this partnership? But it is a faith-raising partnership. To raise the faith, the bar of the faith of our members. When our members have a strong faith in the God we serve and have our being and worship, to be faithful to Him will never be a challenge. And so we need to partner Treasury and Stewardship Department to see how we mobilize and we go down there to raise the faith of our members in the God we have declared that we love. I have shared soft copies of these materials with all my treasurers. Not only that, Mr. Chairman, we have made a provision in our budget to fund the travel budget of the 10 stewardship directors in our union. That they will move. That they will move in this partnership in order to raise the faith of our members. Yes, we thank the General Conference so much for funding the stewardship director at the division level. We too are taking a cue in doing this. This initiative will be evaluated at the end of the year to determine its continuity or otherwise. The General Conference said too, it is time to evaluate it. And so it is not an open check. Mission refocus. Mr. Chairman, we have been talking about mission refocus. Mission refocus. Me, what do I understand? This is how I understand mission refocus. And I want to bring it to you. Mission refocus. We have to focus on the mission. Over the years, every appropriation and assistance given to fields, it is shared in these pieces. You see the colors? Different colors. And each field takes that piece. It's like the cake. You remember the cake? It is sliced in pieces. And when it is sliced in pieces, a piece is given to each union. And when that union take their own piece and go to it in their budget, it is discovered that it is melted in employee-related expense by increasing allowances and salaries and what have you. There will be nothing left to do mission. The other day, the division president visited, AMO convention in one of the unions. And somebody, he told me the story. Somebody stopped him. He said, Mr. President, I am old. Look at me now. I have been hearing about 1040 windows, 1040 windows. When I was a child, Now, up to now, I am hearing about 1040 window. Are you sure that 1040 window is existing? Are we doing something in 1040 window? What are we doing? Tell us. Mr. President, just sit down. He is there. He can bear me witness. It's just that he could not. You are a witness. He could not get answer to tell the young man. So why? Because the small piece of cake we have been given and sharing, everybody take his piece and piece and piece. And when you take it home, it's not enough for you, and you eventually no mission work. And that's why the 1040 window is still waiting. But Mr. Chairman, what if we re-strategize? It is only a common sense that if you continue to do the same thing and expect different results, you are only deceiving yourself. So why can't we come out of the box? Why can't we think out of the box? Instead of this PCC, can we pieces it into this, at least this, if they give you this lion's share of a cake, you will spend 1 week eating it. Is that not true? But if they give you this piece, there and there you will eat it and begin to ask for more. But here, you will do mission, and you will do mission real good. You get this piece, you go to an unentered place, and you do all the kinds of mission activities, mission work, 6 months in mission, youth activities, do many things in this with this piece of cake. You will leave that place. You have done mission work in that place, and you will leave the territory for nurturing and continuity. Mr. Chairman, or what? If we say, okay, let us share the cake into 4, it will still be enough to do some mission work. What more, Mr. Chairman, if we say, let us share the cake into 2, and carry the resources that we will receive and go to an unentered place and do mission work, what do you think will happen in that territory? Mr. Chairman, when I go around, most of our fields are almost celebrating 100 years of existence of the church. And if you are celebrating 100 years of the existence of the church, it is a loaded statement. What do I mean? Maturity is part of it. Growth must be part of it. And you can strategize, and you can live, you can sustain yourself. You can sustain yourself. Because a child of 100 years, is he a child? He's not a child. He's not even a grandfather. You have to put in 2 G's, great grandfather. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mission refocus does not mean doing the same thing and expecting different results. Do you agree with me? Yes, but rather thinking outside the box with new initiative and getting a different result. I call it re-strategizing. It doesn't mean that you didn't do your strategy. You did the strategy, only that the strategy is not paying off. What do you need to do? Go back to the boardroom, and this is what Mission Refocus is telling us to do. Let's go back and re-strategize and see how we can do mission in our territory, Mr. Chairman. The Lord desires to see the work of proclaiming the third angel's message carried forward with an increasing efficiency, as he has worked in all ages to give victory to his church, to his people. So in this age, he longs to carry to a triumphant fulfillment his purpose for his church. He beats his believing sense, listen, he beats his believing sense to advance unitedly, going from strength to strength, from faith to increase our assurance of confidence in the truth of his righteousness. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we need to be together. We need to take this such counsel from the pen of inspiration. Mr. Chairman, we know that the future will be extremely challenging, but our joy is that we know the person who owns the future. and he has assured us of his continuous guidance and direction as long as we depend and trust in him. We have nothing to fear for the future, except we shall forget the way the Lord has led us and his teaching in our past history. The Bible also makes it clearly, as we strategize, as we plan, as we take initiative, as we take action, as we unitedly come together to move to do mission. Timothy, Paul wrote to Timothy, he said, for God did not give us the spirit of fear. He didn't give us the spirit of fear, but confidence. Let us move with confidence because we know who is leading us. King Jesus is with us. He will lead us. He said, he will be with us till the end of what? Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank God for the privilege he gave me to serve, and I will continue to remain grateful. Permit me also, Mr. Chairman, to express my gratitude to the General Conference leadership for the support and guidance as you work closely with us and has given us the confidence on how to serve the church. Thank you. Thank you, Elder. We appreciate it. I also want to thank my colleagues in leadership of WAD. Thank you for your support and understanding. At this crucial moment, challenges are there, but we will lift up our eyes. When we look down at the challenges, we will not move, but we will lift our eyes up. And when we lift our eyes up, Mr. Chairman, I am sure the God will serve, will lead us into victory. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my associate and assistant treasurers for the support and collaboration every blessed morning. We meet every blessed morning. You know, when you go to the bank, they don't start dishing out money every day. They meet and strategize and talk and counsel. How do we go? How do we do it? Be careful here. Check whoever is overspending. Whoever is not, encourage them. Tell everybody to move to do mission. But be careful. We must be prudent. We must do business in a good manner, in a fashionable way. I want to thank my associate for that. My secretary also, thank you for your support. My wife, always been there. Always been there. Thank you. May the Almighty God bless his work in our hands. He said he is coming soon. Peuple de Dieu, Jésus revient bientôt. Are you ready? Are you ready? Mr. Chairman, I will appreciate that after taking all the reports, then we will vote it at the same time, if that meets your desires. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So here we have the financial statement as at September 30th, 2023 compared to the year 2022. The rate of exchange that we are using here is 603.48 to $1. CFA to $1. Now, this one here, you have a picture of our assets as at September 30th, 2023 compared to the year 2022. You will notice that as what my boss just mentioned, you will see that there is a decrease here on cash and bonds. This one is just due to the $4 million that we paid to the retirement fund. We paid this money to the retirement fund to reduce our debt. Then you can see the trend of all other components of our assets here. You will also notice that there is a decrease, a small decrease of 85% on our investment. And that one is because we use our investment in Ghana to pay. Thank you. To buy the property that we bought in Kumasi, Ghana. Then we use also some funds to give as loans to our unions. So then here, the treasurer highlighted it already. This is the effect of the exchange gain or loss on our banks and investment as at September 30th, 2023. So even though we have changed almost all our naira into dollars in Nigeria here, you will see that the losses that we are having this year is up to 601 million CFA. You can see it here, compared to 317 million in 2022. And this one is just due because before even we change all the naira, we were having already some losses. And then the exchange rate that we used to change the naira into dollars, we used the black rate, which is a little bit higher than the fixed rate that we use. And then here, you have the CDs, the banks in CDs. So last year, at the same period, we were having 243 million losses. And then this year, these banks in CDs are generating gain, as you can see here, 34.8 million. And then in US dollar, last year, we were having a gain of 630 million at the same period. And then this year, 282 million losses. In total, you will see that last year, at the same period, we were having on our banks and investment, we were having 69 million as gain compared to a loss more than 800 million CFA. And this is very serious this year. Now, here you have a picture of our accounts receivable current 2023 compared to 2022. So you will see that SDA accounts are reducing, and then employees are increasing because we have some accounts that we need to reconcile for our employees. Then other accounts receivable decrease also by 37%. Now here you have a picture. You will listen. You will hear more on this one on the accounts receivable for each of the unions and institutions. But what I just want to mention here is the exchange gain or loss that we are getting from those accounts. You can see from Enoch account we are having 205 million exchange loss. Northern Nigeria, 44 million exchange loss, and then Valley View, 114 million exchange loss. Then you have Western Nigeria Union, exchange loss of 23 million, and then in total, exchange loss on accounts receivable from only unions and institutions, we are having 534 million as of September 2023. Now, here you can see a picture of our fixed assets. What we just want to mention here is that we have an increase on the net in residences because of we bought in Ghana. The next one is our liabilities as of September 30, 2023. You will see that 78% of our belongs to the retirement fund. 78%. This is because of the money that we have taken again here to build the then this is a comparison between 2023 and 2022. Now, here we want to view a picture of our net asset. Net asset here on the unallocated fund non-tied, we are having an increase in negative from 1.4 billion to 3.7 billion CFA. 2022 to 2020. Adjustment in our books. 800 million for equipment and furniture that we should have not been, should have not capitalized as investment. So GCAS asked us to do adjustment on that one. Please wait a minute. All right. Okay. On that one, on the net, we did also a prior year of 920 billion as provision for bad debt AUC loan. And then also and then 2023. Then also we made a transfer of 1.9 billion from unexpended to property unexpended plan from unallocated fund non-tied, because these one too were reading a negative balance due to the investment that we did on Basam land and then the Millennium. Now here, this is our sources of income as of September 30, 2023 compared to the year 2022. The tied percentages for 2023 is 7.7% compared to 7.8% in 2020. The report we are giving here is only for 7 months, July 2023 and 2022. So you will see that for our tied income, we have an increase of 0.2%. Non-tied, increase of 3%. Then appropriations, return 22% increase, 7% increase. Then here, this is a comparison between the actual and then the budget. So the budget is here, and then actual is here. So you will see that in total, in comparison to the budget, we are having 0.3% increase. Now here we have the non-tied, the tied income by fields. You will see how each of the unions are doing. You will see those values are in CFA. Because due to the exchange losses, they are having minus 20.1%, and then Southern Ghana Union minus 6.1%. You will also see that for Northern Nigeria, there is a decrease of 11%, and then Northern Ghana decreased 5%, and you can see Eastern Sahel, which currency is CFA, same as our base currency, and then West Africa is having 5.1%, and then Western Sahel Union increased by 32%. One is the gross tied by field in local currencies. So you will see that in local currencies, from 2022 to 2023, we are having increase for each of the unions that you can see here. Each of the unions, you are doing good. You are doing well in terms of gross tithe in your local currencies. Now, here we have the non-tithe income, which is the combined offerings by each of the unions, and that one too is giving us some decreases because of the exchange losses we are having. But when it comes to their local currencies, this one too is showing us some increases from each of the fees. Now, here we have operating expense unallocated 2022 compared to 2023. Worker salaries and allowances, there is a decrease by 6.2%. Travel expense, we are coming out from COVID, so we are having 127% increase, so to speak, decrease by 29%. Administrative expense, we have an increase here of 886%, then office expense decreased by 53%, and then general expense, there is a decrease of 74.5%, and in plan, because of all the we did on our houses, we have an increase of 102%. Then in comparison with the budget, you will see that in totals, we were able to save 23.8% actual in comparison with the budget. Now, this is an overall picture of the exchange gain or loss that we have. You will see that in total, the net exchange gain or loss in 2022 was 301 million CFA loss compared to 1.1 billion this year. So the difference is big. We can notice an increase in loss by 269%. Then this is our indicators here, self-support, 60% in 2022 and 64% in 2023. For working capital, we have an excess this year of 13.2% compared to 19.2% in 2022. And then the liquidity, this year, September 30th, 2023, we have an excess of 5.2 months compared to 9.5 months in September 2020. So this is our financial statement as of September 2023. I move that we accept the financial statement. The budget. Okay, here we have the proposed operating budget for the year 2024. The exchange rate that we are using for this budget is 607 CFA for $1. And this rate has been given to us by the GC because we are receiving our appropriations from the GC in CFA, in our base currency. When we go to the operating, you will see that the total 2024 GC appropriations in US dollar is $4.1 million dollar, compared to $3.8 million in 2023. We have an increase of $296 in terms of GC appropriations for the year 2024. Now, when we convert the dollar amount into CFA, it will give us 2.4 million for 2024 compared to the same 2.4 million in 2023. Now, the difference we are having is 2.2 million, and that one is coming from the investment outreach. And you will notice that for tied and non-tied and special, in terms of our best currency, which is the CFA, because of the exchange rate that we are using this time, 607, compared to 653 in 2023. Now, this is the picture that we have. Actual 2022, and then you can see the increase and decrease by each of the fields. 23, we have 8.842 billion CFA in terms of gross tight for 2023. Now, in 2020, for 2024, in 2023, we $8 million to do the projection. Now, this is the 12 months that we have projected for the actual tithe that we have received so far up to July 2023. So the total projected figure we are having is 15 million. So we have projected this 7 months that we have received up to July to December. And this one is giving us 15.5 billion CFA. Now, in terms of tithe percentages for the year 2024 compared to 2023, the only change we are having is on the GC tithe percentage, which will be 2.4% compared to 2.3% for 2023. Now, the 0.1% will come and reduce the percentage that we are receiving at the division office. So the division office percentage will be 7.6% compared to 7.7% in 2023. Now, you see here, this is the 15 million that we are getting as the tithe projected as of December 31, 2023. 15.1 billion CFA. The 7.6% that the division will receive will be 1.1 billion, and then we are budgeting 95% of that amount, which is 1.094 billion CFA. We did a little analysis here to compare every year the 95% that we are projecting every year as our budget figure with the actual that we receive. So you will see that from 2019, we have been having an increase compared to the budgeted figure. In 2019, we had 3.3% increase, and then 39% increase in 2020, and then 2021, 20.2% increase, and in 2022, we have 8% increase. And then in 2023, 7.7% increase. And this one here, we are using our projected figure for December 2023. Then for 2024, we are projecting 5.3% increase compared to the budget. In summary here, you will see how each of the union will be contributing towards our budget for 2024. Excuse me. And so you can see the share of each of the unions here. Southern Ghana will be contributing 26%, and then Northern Ghana 25%, Northern Nigeria 5%, West Africa 3%, Western Nigeria 7%, Western Sahel 4%, CAUM 3%, and then CMUM 11%, and Enoch 9%, ISUM 7%. So you can see which are the unions contributing more towards our budget for 2024. Now, this one here is the non-tithe, the gross offerings that we will be receiving. So we base this one too on the projected figure. Now, the actual for 2023, the 7 months is 3.5 billion CFA. So we are projecting this one in 12 months to get our budgeted figure for 2024. Now, the projected figure is 6.097 billion CFA. Now, the division will receive 5%, the GC 20%, churches 60%, conferences 10%, and the unions with 5%. So this is the same percentage as in the year 2023. Now, based on those percentages, division will receive 5% of the projection that we are having here, which will be 304 million CFA, and we are always budgeting 95% of the projected figure. That will be 289 million CFA for the 2024 budget. Now here, you can see also, like we did for the tithe, you can see the share of each of the unions in terms of our combined offerings for the 2024 budget. This one gives us now the overall tithe income for our budget 24. The GC appropriation represents 64%, which is 2.4 billion CFA. Now, our tithe income 8%, 289 million. Then the tithe will be 1,094 CFA, which is 28%. And you can notice here that we are still depending heavily on the GC appropriation, 64%. So we are praying that we can change the picture here. At least our local income could be more than 50%. This is a summary, a comparison for our total income for 2023 compared to 2024. So you can see that there is a decrease of million in our total income compared to the budget of expenses. How are we going to share the income that we have for 2024? Appropriations, we take 712 million, and the division 6 million, and the union 127 million, what administered for 819 million. Then office operating 2.3 billion CFA. So total expense will be 4 billion CFA compared to the same 4 billion, but net decrease of 41 million CFA. These are the details of the appropriations that will be distributed in local currency. In local currencies, there will be no change in the appropriations. that will be distributed to the fields. So the fields will receive the same amount as in the year 2023. Now, the word administered fund, we want to mention here the amounts that we will be spending in 2024 for evangelism. You see here 120 million. For mission emphasis pioneers, we will spend 60 million. Then 1,000 mission volunteers, we will spend it from our reserve fund. And then the one that the treasurer just mentioned, 50 million for digital strategy, for mission, then disciple making and reclaiming 25 million, annual leadership training 20 million. So these are all towards the mission refocus that we have been talking about. You can see that we have allocated, compared to 2023, almost 100 million additional for our mission refocus. Now, these are all others what administrative fund that we have. Let's move to the summary here. The total expenditure in summary, you will have appropriations, we take 18%, and the division, not even 1%, and the union 3%, what administrative fund 21%, then our office operating 58%. This is another breakout here. Appropriations 18%, and the division not even 1%, and the union 3%. What administered 20, salaries and allowances 31%, and then employees 7%, then administrative and general 11%, then plant 10%. Now, in total, summary, total income of 3.8 billion in 2024 budget, and then total expense of 4,878,000 CFA. So we have a net decrease of 120 million that we were able to make because of our transfers from allocated funds. Then here we have some our capital budget here. We will make a transfer of 45 million from unallocated to finance our fitness center that we started to build at the headquarters, at the division office. We have allocated 10 million, the same 10 million as in 2023. Then for other furnitures and equipment, 35 million. So in total, we have the 45 million coming from unallocated non-tied. So this is briefly presented the 2024 budget. Now the last report I have here is the use of tithe. The use of tithe for the year 2022. Use of tithe for the year 2022. So for the headquarters office, because policy requires that every year we give a report on how we use the tithe that we have received. Now, in comparison with 2021, you will see for our headquarter office, we allocated 3% from our total tithe to direct evangelism. For media outreach, 7%, retirement fund contribution, 4%, other use of tithe, 4%, and then for our headquarters operating, 82%. Then you will see here, this is all tithe-based entities, based on the reports that we have received from the unions, from the fields. So you can see how we have use the tithe for the year 2022 for all our division, for pastors, evangelists, and frontline workers. We have used 49% of our tithe that we receive, and then headquarters operating 32%, education 2%, direct evangelism 2%, media outreach 2%, literature evangelism 1%, retirement fund took 9%, and then other use of tithe 3%. And in total, the net tithe we received in 2021 was $25 million compared to $26 million in 2022. So you can see the trend here, the decrease and the increase in comparison with the year 2021.
Is that all?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Apollos, for the presentation. Mr. Chairman, I would want to say that this is the budget for 2024 proposed. What is new? Digital stewardship and so many other things, Mr. Chairman. So on this, I move that this budget be accepted from the House. Sit down. Put it on the stand so that people can go to the microphone.
By the time left, are you sure we can make it?
Is it my concern? If they don't want it, they should send us away.
exchange rate. We brainstormed and made some recommendations. So one of the recommendations we made was that we try to convert our funds into a more stable currency, the US dollars. So we can suffer a injury and then we will have to save some funds. I also want to say thank you very much to see here today that all our funds in Naira have been changed to dollars. Thank you, the Ghanaian team. But we also added that our funds in the Ghanaian currency should also be converted to dollars. I did not hear in this report that we have done that. I suppose it's because of the stability that we have enjoyed, because we see also that we have made some gains. But I fear that what happened to us before we took the action to change to dollars, the naira, may also happen, as we can hardly predict our currencies around this region. Wouldn't it be better to be proactive this time, to go ahead and change the funds in the Ghanaian currency into dollars, as Mr. Chair? Also, we have seen in this report today that the unions have collectively lost about 721 million CFA because of exchange rate. Isn't there anything we can do to be able to stop this? I know when we discussed last year, it was last year, we had some challenges. It's not easy to access the dollar in some of the countries where we operate. But I believe that that is not the same with all the countries. If we have that challenge in Nigeria and in some other places, the unions operating there, can't we go ahead of time to do what the division has done at the level of the unions, so we can save some money? Because 721 million CFA to me is tangible. I want to suggest, Mr. Chair, that we look at that again and see what we can do. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I'm deeply worried about the fact that the Millennium Guest House in the past 7 years have not generated any interest. But instead we have invested, putting some money there due to interest and depreciation. And I'm worried. I am asking, how long will we continue with this? Isn't there anything we can do at this point? Have you already started thinking of what we can do? Can we sell off that property and pay off our debts? Is that going to be an option? Can't we start thinking about something? Because it's worrisome to have an investment, and for the past 7 years, what we have been doing is to add to it and no interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I forgot your name. Solomon. Thank you. You are a wise man. Yeah. I think you have really hit the nail on the head. There are some things we are going to discuss after the meeting. As you said, in fact, when we met during our Treasurers' Council, these issues were discussed at length. In fact, we didn't go home until about 10 in the night, going through some of these issues. So there's going to be a discussion, and some of your suggestions are already discussed, and I must be very, at the appropriate time, I'm going to express my appreciation for this team. They have really been very transparent in the analysis of the problem. All right? It will require some decisions. And I think we can make this happen if the will is there. And I believe the will is there. All right? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the question, is it the right time to make general comment?
So if you are making
on what you are doing?
Yes, if you are make comments that are relevant to the financial report, yes, that'll be fine, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I want to speak on sources of our funds. It's my considered opinion that time has gone for us to limit our sources of income to tithe and offerings. Because I remember our chairman has worked, the president is here. We know what is happening in different divisions.
limitation of our main sources of income to tithe and offerings as limited us in all ways. I remember when I was a president of the seminary. First of all, I want to refer to the beginning when I was voted as president of the seminary. I started on a very empty treasury, and I remember. I would think that Egwaki will remember. The late personality of blessed memory was the treasurer of the division, and the first budget, $100,000, was borrowed from the division. But Pastor Noti said, this 100,000 something is a provision. The money you need to run the seminary is right here. And then he came with Egwaki. They stayed for 3 or 4 weeks to rejuvenate our bakery factory. And let me tell you, we did not take that money. And for 4 years, we did not take our appropriations. I remember people from the division were calling me, you have not taken your appropriation because we were generating sufficient money to run the seminary. That's one experience. Another experience was that when I went to South Korea, I remember that the education director for the union took me to a factory, a milk factory, a very big factory, and he told me that the milk factory was generating money to fund primary and secondary education. And then also they had language something, I've forgotten that, which they were generating for the union. So my point is that we have come of age. Now we have a lot of educated members, sophisticated members, people in big business. And I don't see why a union, a conference cannot invest more in business, real business. Babcock is a good example. From my time as a president of seminary, it was the bakery. Bakery is a business, and I don't see why a union cannot have a bakery. Now, Babcock has a world-class supermarket on the campus. I mean, those of you who have been there, it's really world-class. The same thing you get in New York or any city in America is what you get there. Why cannot a union do the same thing? So I'm saying that time has come for us to stop limiting. What I see is this. I'm come from Nigeria. You see, Nigeria, 63 years old, was celebrating independence with very little to celebrate. What is the cause? Poverty of morality. Because Nigeria is a blessed country. But because of poverty of morality, we are where we are. The same as I look at the church, 100 years we are celebrating now with East Nigerian Union. And when it comes to funds, we don't have money. And we should be hearing of a budget of trillions from our division. Our division is how many years old now? I have not calculated, but I know it started in 1980. Where you mathematician, you can work that out. We should be talking of trillions. Now we are still talking of billions. we should be less dependent on general conference. We are still depending on them. I know money comes, money goes from here down and up and down. I understand that dynamics. But my concern is that some people, when I came back from South Korea, and I reported to our at the constituency meeting, my colleagues, they said Pastor Olade has lost sense of mission, simply because I was advocating business.
Okay, I think that's okay. Let's calm it. I think Professor Olade, you have some points. That's what we are discussing here. We have also invested. Only this is a bad investment. Okay, that's why we are having a discussion now. Okay. So, but we are going to try and fix it. We'll try and fix it.
All right. That's why I asked the usual question. Is it the right time to discuss?
Yeah. You have done well. At least you share your experience like that. Prof, you have shared your experience. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
The limitation of our sources of to tithe and offering is the cause of our something. And I say poverty of
morality,
poverty of initiative and innovation.
Okay.
That is what has limited our success.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, Elder Ajibade.
Olapa Ajibade, retiree. I want to thank the Treasurer for the Treasury Group for a wonderful report. And for that you are doing well in managing a mess that the administration I belong to has caused. And on their behalf, I apologize. The reason is this. When I'm talking of the Millennium Guest House, anytime we went to Liberia, we paid in dollar. We paid in dollar, the hotel. And we thought that, instead of paying in dollar, if we have a guest house there, we'll make a lot of money. So we decided to make that investment. And we borrowed the money from the retirement fund. In fact, from our calculation, we should be having billions by now. Unfortunately, we are having debt. I wish the men could be here to see what is happening. We apologize for the mistake that we have made. Having said that, I want us to learn a lesson from this. Mr. Chairman, I'm concluding that yes, the institution can do business, break bread, but the union should concentrate on evangelism. Please, our attention will be divided, and instead of focusing on mission, we shall be focusing on business losses here and there. The business one is very, very unpredictable. I want to say that we should target the millionaires in the cities and win them to the church. If we could have about 10 delegates in Western Nigeria Union Conference, we shall be better off. So, the unions, I would advise to learn from our mistake. On paper, it will be okay, but then it turns out to be otherwise. But then the institutions, yes, you can break bread, you can do all that. So my main point that I'm making, Mr. Chairman, is that don't let us be tempted into going business, the unions. If you do that, you may pay more attention to that than evangelism. And if we win the big men, we shall have the money that we need. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor
Tayo. Tayo is my name from Babcock University. I want to start on a note of commendation from the budget for voting this afternoon. About 100 million is a new addition to mission, particularly the area of digital evangelism. As we have mentioned over and over again, the dynamics is changing in the world, and our young people today are hooked to the internet, and I think this will be a very good way to reach out to even areas where we cannot be physically, and that is very commendable. The area that I just wondering is, I've heard Elder Wilson mention over and over again that appropriation to divisions will be going down so that we'll be able to focus on mission. But from what was presented to us today, there's a marginal increase in our appropriation, and I'm wondering why. So please, could you provide solution to that? Also, the third one is 64% of our budget is coming from appropriation to the GC. I think we need to think about how we'll be able to reduce that so that we'll be able to generate income locally rather than depending on appropriation from the GC. Thank you very much.
I'd like to address that. Okay. Bonanza, right? Yes. Okay, hold on. Just take my microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for asking the question. There is no increase per dollar rate, or sometimes the exchange rate causes the increase. By the time we fix it together, but Apollos, come and expatiate on that, because that is the situation that happens when you see an increase in any.
In the projection, you have noticed that in total, the GC appropriations increased by $296,000. But when you convert it into CFA, using the rate of 507 compared to the last year's rate, which was 653, you will see that there is no increase in terms of CFA value in the tithe appropriation, non-tithe appropriation, special appropriation, no increase, no decrease, because of the exchange rate that the GC have used. But in their budget for 2024, you will notice an increase of $296,000. But when you convert the total amount in our base currency, which is the CFA, there is no increase, no decrease. The increase is only on the investment outreach, and the increase is 2.2 million CFA.
Thank you, Apollos.
Is that okay, Professor Tayo? Thank you for our answer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My concern is with the Millennium Guest House and investments which are gone bad. I think that it would be appropriate for the House to understand the state of the Millennium Guest House so that if a decision is being made, we'll be well informed. What condition is the guest house in? And like I saw up there that there is a consideration probably to liquidate it or sell it off, we should know what state it is in as at this moment. And also, we would want to know with the loss with the Bassam, incurred at the Bassam land, how we are going to treat it, because that's also some sort of a colossal sum, and what the Treasury is considering as how to deal with it. I also would like to commend the Treasury for the work that you've done, and on the issue of multiple streams of income. I believe that the church has a lot of institutions that the Treasury can partner with, which can form the bedrock of investment through the conferences that can empower members to be able to produce, develop, and aid the church with their streams of income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so impressed with the contribution of the laymen especially. I'm glad you have laymen in this committee that are very sound, very, very sound. Thank you. Professor Makinde, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just like to apologize for not being in the room, so in case I said something that somebody else has said, I apologize ahead of time, but I feel so passionate about this. I feel so passionate about this because, and I really hope it's not taken in the wrong, I can see some people are already smiling, they know what direction I'm going. I feel that the church in Africa is in trouble because it is actually a dependent church. We are politically, in quote, independent, but financially dependent. And there is no real independence without economic or financial independence. Because where the means are coming from, that's where also the order and the instructions will come from. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. I would like to challenge us as the church in Africa to move. You know, in 1990, quite a number of us felt very much on the edge when the General Conference president then, Robert Falkenberg, came, and the very first time he landed, bang, it was, it was a question of, hey, you know what? We need to cut dependence. Everybody has to be able to pay. Everybody has to be responsible for this and for that. And I could hear quite a lot of rumbling. I'm not here to judge. But one thing is for sure. I believe that the greatest gift that God gave to the church in Africa was bringing Babcock at a point when the church had no money. That is the greatest gift. Everybody does not have to agree, but I'm also entitled to my opinion because I'm one of those that was on ground to see what was happening. The greatest gift that God gave us was bringing us an opportunity at the time when we had no capacity. So we were forced to depend on Him for every move, rather than depending on the failures that we have, the historical failures that we have gone on and on, appropriation, dependency, we're expecting for this, we're expecting for that. That's why we're not growing. When we get to the point where we don't put people in position by virtue of connection, by virtue of political expediency, by virtue of convenience, and by virtue of just, in quote, loyalty. I know we are not comfortable with this kind of communication, but we came here to tell ourselves some home truth. Somebody loses an election somewhere. Oh, where can this brother, okay, all right, send him to, and then we send him to an institution that's already struggling. And of course, since it's an experimental failure, he will carry his baggage of experience and then do what he knows best how to do. So we need to actually begin to have accountability with responsibility. Accountability with responsibility. Somebody does not perform, it should not be an opportunity to promote them and put them at another level, because we are looking for, they need to actually meet a quota kind of representation. Africa needs to wake up. Africa needs to wake up in terms of financial responsibility. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let everybody go from here knowing that institutions must be self-financing. Amen. If you are not self-sustaining, shut down. And then when people who can run it will come, they will be able to think rather than just our father who are at Silver Springs. That doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is D.K. Emmanuel. There are two things that have been said I want to elaborate on. Multiple streams of income and competence. I want to say that the Millennium Project, a case study. Pastors should face business of ministry. And if you want to do investment, look for the best hands. I was in Samyuk University and in South Korea, and I saw what I went to a professional conference and I had to go there. And my friend that went with me said, "This belongs to your church." I said, "Yes." I was proud to go with them because it was a successful project. That business is run as a business and detached from the pastoral ministry. So let us allow the best hands we have to run business for us. If we had gotten the Millennium business right, we would have invested more all this while. But because we failed in it, that's where we are. And for us to get it right is for us to look across the division to get the best brains in business, in management, to fix it for us. If my president wants to fix it himself with his team, it will be the same story. Now let me go back to institutions.
What?
Institutions.
Okay.
When a man is not doing well, no matter his relationship with you, no matter his relationship with you, brothers and sisters, the name of the church is more important than relationship. So we should look for the best. Our institution should be run like business, but with mission in mind. And so when we continue to play tribe, part of the greatest problem in Africa is tribalism, incompetence. Is my brother. Now that I have removed him as president, so send him to lecture in Babcock University. Send him to Clifford University. Brothers and sisters, those places shouldn't be dumping ground. Those places should be centers of excellence. And when we treat them as centers of excellence, people will be trooping into the place.
Yes.
Today in Nigeria, if you mention Clifford, Babcock University anywhere, you say, "Oh, is that a university?" Beautiful, because there is a model they are running on. And everywhere across the division, we must pursue competence. We must pursue excellence. The division should go to investment. They should get the best brain. It costs you nothing. Call the people across the division and say, "This is what we want to do. Give us a business plan. Develop it. Do the case studies and all that. And they will come out with a blueprint that will cost you nothing." We have them all over the place.
Thank you.
As I sit down, let our pastors do pastoral ministry and begin to convert the billionaires that Ajibade is talking about, and let us harness the business aspects with the potentials that the Lord has blessed the church with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you coming to the microphone? Okay, the last one, Pastor. Because I want to make a remark that I always see young people, retired people. I'm not saying I'm a worker coming to the microphone to speak, so I'll give you the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will so be retired, so I am not afraid to speak. Yeah. We are talking about the Millennium Hotel, but I haven't here a solution. Bassam land, no solution. For instance, for the Bassam land, even though the case was lost, we didn't lose the case because the division used a company to buy the land. So not to pursue that company so that they can give our land back. We need somebody to buy the land. We need go straight and buy the land. So this is one. You may correct me. Secondly, when I was at the division, because I spent a lot of years at the division, I have never heard that this house was giving us problem. Every time we meet at the division, during the year-end report, they were saying that it is good. This is going well. It is only those last year that we are hearing that there is problem. You can correct me. Third, let's find a solution. Instead of discussing, let's appoint competent people, professionals that can solve the problem. This is not person's problem. No person cannot solve that problem. Let's see a company, a lawyer, those who can reflect and solve that problem. Because there is a way out. Before I close, I remember a clear condition. And he made a statement that we are all forwarded. He said, why don't we invest in the CFA? So you said it many times. For instance, let me dream. If very few or Babcock could open a branch in Abidjan, guess the money we could get. This is the first one. Second one, we have our workers in Abidjan. If non-capital didn't buy those houses, it would be a problem. So we have houses, we don't pay rent. But we pay for medication. We go to those big hospitals and we spend money. We don't have a single clinic. Then we send our children to school. It is a lot of money. We don't have a school. So I think that, and then let me end with COVID. We have 500 acres. The land is there. Yes, we are giving them appropriation. Why don't we kill somebody and go there and do something for this one? For our benefit, because it's a safe zone. So these are ways that can help us to reflect. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have to take an action, okay? I will have not also statements after the whole financial reports and the meeting. So let's vote this report. All in favor say aye. Those against say no. Thank you. How is this? No? Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Go.
Take this one. Who's going to be the next one?
Which pen? Investment. Take.
I'm coming.
Yeah? Okay, no. Account receivable. Account receivable, investment, and wage factor. Okay.
Presentation. Let me just say, I think the Treasurer's report was an absolutely excellent report. And I praise God for it. And I am grateful that the Treasurer, his team, are working closely with the General Congress to try to ameliorate some of these challenges in terms of exchange rates, and believe me, there's nothing we can do about the exchange rates, okay? That's just the fact of life. It's just economies. But there are ways in which we can better perhaps position the money so that we don't lose money, so that you can have the full value. Pastor Dangana, I really appreciate what you're doing and your team. And thank you for working with George. Let me also assure you that even though our intention is that you will become, by God's grace, before the Lord returns, self-sufficient, don't harbor any great doubts that the General Conference will somehow, in the next year or so, if I can use an American expression, pull the rug out from under your feet. We're not intending to do that. We know the challenges here, we understand those, but we do need to emphasize again the amazing power of fulfilling Christian stewardship. And if we're all careful, and if we are encouraging our church members to be faithful, even the poorest person in the most remote place has the same requirement as others, 10% plus offerings. It's a magnificent plan from heaven itself, and God will bless that. So I'm encouraged. You have some challenges that center in Liberia that needs to be fixed, that needs to be rearranged somehow. We'll work on that. But I'm grateful that your team is working in a very careful way. And I praise God for the seriousness of your division executive officers. Thank you.
Okay, this is the presentation of Solitarian September financial statement. We are all very mindful, so please listen to us. We have here our money funds. This is our money from the retirement. We invest with GC. We don't keep the money with us here. So we have the money with GC investments. The amount from September last year was 2 billion safely. And now the amount has been increased because of the payment of $4 million. So we have transferred the money to our investment from that one give us an amount of 5 billion safely. And I want to use the opportunity to thank our administrators for their efforts to be able, within 1 year, to pay 5.5 million to our money fund. That is a dream, and our donors come out. As a retirees, we are happy to hear that. And at the same time, since they pay to our account, that reduced our accounts receivable. It was 3.6 billion, and December it was 4 billion safely, and that one has been reduced to only 2 billion safely. And we thank God for that. And we have our other asset that includes our million guest service amounts, bursary loans, and that is 4 billion safely. And that gives our total asset for 11 billion safely. I want to come quickly to our last page because we don't have time. And this last page we have our allocated fund. The fund for each union, because every month, every year we receive a contribution, and the fund is with the division on paper, but the money is invested with GC. That means with aggregate we receive a statement amount for income and expense for 20 million, and we have again all in Ghana we have again for the from there. But for Nigeria, we have a loss, and that decrease the reserve. So for Agriculture, I have 12 billion, and for Bangkok University, we have at the end 491 million because of the exchange loss, which is 220 million CFA. That reduced the amount from 686 million to 591 million. We have our CAN, which will receive 27 for income and expense. It's 9 for 5 million, and we receive at the end 148. Income 188 million compared to expense 147, and that will have an increase of 537 million at the end. Inside Nigeria, we know that we receive an income from 123 million, expense only 70 million, but the exchange is 160 million before dropped from 466 million to 359 million. We have ISO. We receive an income for 55 million and expense for 46. So the balance is 360 million. So that balance increased more. We have Southern Union Conference. We receive 204 million. And expense 126 million, and we have again that exchange we cannot predict. We can receive again today tomorrow to be lost for 68 million, and that increased the balance for 544 million. We have Northern Union Conference. We received 205 million for income and 146 for expense. And the balance show 491 million. We have Northern Nigeria. We received income for 37 million and 16 million for expense, but we have an exchange loss for 52 million, and the balance dropped from 150 million to 118 million. We have Valley View University. We receive for Valley View, we are waiting for the income, I know what I'm saying, but SK 20 million, and we have 20 million for exchange gain, and that gives us a balance of 82 million. We have WATS. We receive 55 million as income and 46 million for expense in the safe zone, no exchange, but the balance increased for 691 million. We have West Africa. We received 29 million for income and 10 million for expense, but we have exchange loss for 28 million, and that dropped the balance from 123 to 114 million. Yes. We have Western Nigeria. Income 29 million. No, forgive me. Income 110 million and expense 40 million. And exchange loss 99 million. And that's reduced their balance to 235 million. And the last we have Westwood. We received 29 million for income and 15 million for expense, and they have an increase of 338 million. At the end, when we compare the beginning balance to the ending balance, there is a drop for 49 million. Now I want to show the percentage we have to use for our tithe and offering. Every year we have to vote our percentage. For tax sharing, the division receive 7.7%, and for next year, we will receive only 7.6%. And that one increased the GC for 2.4%, and our institutional support 2%. So that is for all. Now, the retirement contribution, we know that we have a loss and we have to build our retirement fund. It's not good to wait for the end to have a negative balance and nobody will come to help us. So those women who they have a negative balance will add 2%, and those who don't have a negative balance will add 2% and increase 1% for them at the end. So for South African Union, for 9%, let's say they will contribute 10%, and their institution. Cameroon, they have a negative balance, so from 18, they will contribute 20%, and Local Ghana, from 11, they will contribute for 13% because they have a negative balance. For Southern Ghana, from 9, they will contribute 10%. Eastern Nigeria, from 15%, this year, next year they will contribute 16%. And Northern Nigeria, from 9, they will contribute 10%. Not worry, I'm at the end. Western Nigeria, from 11 to 12%. Eastern side, from 8 to 9. Western side, from 8 to 9%. West African Union, from 11 to 12. And our institution, Africa, we have a negative balance, so they will contribute 27%. Bangkok, 10%. Value USA 13 and WAG in 8%. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mary, you carry time. That is good.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that is the new percentages for next year retirement contribution. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so move the second one. Any question? Are you coming to the microphone?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have to rush through this because of the time given to me. And I hope that the young people or young members who look at it so that they go home, they see how the union is fair and take it up with officers. It starts from here. In July 2018, the DC came to meet us at Grand Assam. And I have was 2.5 years up to 2020 to pay all our debts. By that time, if you look at the share side, the first column, you see how much each donation is owed or owed donation is owed the entity. And that time I was only at place, very senior and residents have credit balances with the division. All of those who have balance of 4 billion. And so when the 2.5 years ended, the situation or the affairs of each entity is now in the last call, December 2020. And then we can see those who are blue are those who were having credit balance, and those who for red were having debit balance. And we can see that every place maintain the credit balance, B, turn the debit balance to credits. We have that credits, every place turn its credit balance to debit balance. All the the 2020 December, those who were in the commission, these are casing laws in those that casing laws in those that were created on the commission. Give us also $452,000 for ANC, $14,000 and so forth and so on. Then, when we go through last year December and compare it with September this year, at the end of last year December, I want us to see the fiscal balance, same as being, and then was African Union Mission also became one of the analysis. All of this at the end of 2022 were having the analysis. Currently, this is what will happen as of September 2023. Because I think this is still one of the analysis. It means that from the time we started to date, everyone is having analysis with the mission. B is also still the analysis from 2020 to date. Something like conference, I said something balance, nothing like this, was for the first time for this year, in May 2023, they were able to pay off the debt and became a creditor. Then, the second innovation is something on the credit, Cameroon and most of the central to sign innovation. Unfortunately, CMO has turned their credit to debit balance. As I said, I think this is the picture of how each entity is running from a very deficit to today. I hope that the other four entities, the finance sorry, VDU, and North Nigeria, ASUN, and also CMO, will to address by the end of December, I hope that they have the balance. For instance, if you look at the balance, it's 184. As September, I read the statement yesterday, and I noticed the information is 74 million. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I assume that this report be accepted by the House.
All the people say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're going to see the investment outfit of the division that we are holding up in a few places.
I'd like you to be still attentively to this report. This has to do with cash management and their current status within the division.
Okay.
I will give you 10.
Thank you.
So,
yes, we'll do our best and get it done as soon as there are basically about 13 slides, but we can work it within 10 minutes. This is about cash management. Let me start with this. The division operates mainly with cash generated locally, that is within the fields. We're talking about operations. Headquarters operations being financed mainly by funds received from North Ghana, Southern Ghana, and the Eastern Sahel Union. It means that we depend on it to come, huh? Okay. We depend on funds that is transferred from the two unions in Ghana, and then funds that we get from Eastern Sahel through the Côte d'Ivoire Federation. I know they've been sending us the money from there. As the Treasurer said, all our investments and bank account balances in Nigeria has virtually been converted into US dollars, so that we can maintain the funds there and then ensure that the funds there do not depreciate in value. Now, the funds that are kept in Cameroon and Nigeria has helped in meeting demands and activities within Cameroon Union Mission, Central African Union Mission, and the three fields within Nigeria.
This is a look at the tithe and offering from September 22 to September 2023. This is the gross figures. Just want you to have an idea of how you're contributing. And if you look at it, North Ghana has actually led the way with about 25%, South Ghana 24%, and the rest of the unions follow. You can see one union and you can have an idea of your contribution towards the whole pie. That is very important. Let us move here. Now, this is one of the very important things that we want to look at. I would just say we have mainly three main funds, three main accounts that we keep there, our money fund. We have the one for the retirement that my sister Marie talked about, the one for the property fund that is for the division itself, and then our general account that we keep money also. So let's look at them. I think Marie talked about it, the Daniela also talked about it. August 2022, if you look at the one in the middle, the yellow one refers to the retirement fund. We had the retirement balance in August was 4.4 million. This is in US dollars. $4,488,995.53 million. Now you realize that at August 2023, it has jumped from 4,488 to 8,600,955.34. Now this is as a result of the money we moved, as in retiring our responsibility to the retirement fund. Now this shows us at August there was a 4 million that was moved, but subsequently we have moved an extra 1.5 million. So when it grows, you see that the figure will certainly increase. Now let's look at the first one, which is the general accounts, because we moved the money from that account, so that has reduced from 7,328,418.29, and as at August it was 4,257,288.38. So that explains basically the drop in that amount because of the payment that we made. Now, with regards to our property fund, not much is being done. We're still exploring ways of investing into the GC investments. I think they have told us some other things, or the Daniela has talked to them. So we expect that the next few months ahead of us, early into next year, much of the money here will be used for some investment that is available, that the GC investment fund have available for us. So this is a picture of basically funds that we don't touch. Let me insist on this. Even money we use for our operating activities. So once it's there, we can use it for investments. Some of the mobile mission things that we need to pay, we pick it from here. Now, let us go to, there are two kinds of investment we have in Ghana. What we call the EDC investments. There are two types. One is the Ghana Balance Fund, one is the Ghana Fixed Income Unit Fund. If you follow what's happening in Ghana, there have been a lot of issues with regards to money kept at the bank. The government now even issues a lot of directives, and sometimes you can't even get your money from there. But we are lucky we can still get these funds. But let me make some few interesting things here. If you look at the two below, that is the 1,150,677. These are in Ghana cedis. That is the balance fund, and then the other one is the 3,240,667. Those ones, it is because for now the government has a directive saying that for you to redeem the money, we're looking at the market to market value. That's what makes the difference. So if right now you want to go for the money, we will not go and say, look, we have put our money here, it has increased to this one. No. They will look at the market to market value as at the time when this thing started. It was only last year. So that is how much you can what? You can redeem. That's the maximum you can redeem. The first two up there, that is before these changes, we were using the comparison of our fund with the total amortized value. Now we don't have the total amortized value anymore. That's why we have the two. So for us to grow our money, we have to go through using the market-to-market value, which is indicated as at every point in time when we get our statement. Because the market-to-market value may change. So that is why there is that difference between the two. But that is our main investment. The other one we have is a certificate, fixed deposit that we have. We didn't mention that much about that. This is the significant one. Then we have some investment in EcoBank. I have to make a little change here because we invested 50 million CFA in the year 2019. It is a 10-year bond. So as of now, as of last year, the total value was 59,254,822. As of August this year, the value is now 60,560,048. So from the beginning to now, there's an increment of about 10.5 million. It runs to 2029, so we will be looking at it, and then hopefully, if we get some extra funds, they will be writing to me about it, and when it is possible, we may put some money there in order to reap some good results. Now, we contribute significantly to the global mission. Some people think the money just comes from the GC and then it goes. No. There is a portion that the division has to pay. There is a portion that the union and the conference, somebody in the local church has to pay. If you look at this, is just giving you for each of the unions what has been there. And when we go to the summary using the division, the total funding between August 2022 and August 2023 in US dollars, total funding it has changed from 554 in 2022 to 692,960. That's the total amount of the global mission that has come in. The GC funding is indicated there that my concentration is on ours. In 2022, we contributed $108,353.22 US dollars. And then in 2023, we have so far contributed $119,290.28. This is the division's portion towards the global mission that we have been doing. Along with this one, there's another significant development that we also have to know. Our building in Abuja has been rented out to JICAS, so we expect to receive some income from there to augment what we've done. We have granted some loans to ESU, that is issued for housing and office facilities that we want to build for JICAS. So it's not free. When they get in, they are paying their interest. I think JICAS people are here because we're trying to help on that. Then we're giving some loans also to CLM to expand their school. There's another activity that was needed in order to help the school to be a better school. We give them some loans. And then for a hospital in CLM to buy an X-ray machine, which we thought was very important and it could contribute a lot to that hospital, the operations, and also give us some money in return. Remember that we've also had some issues about flood victims in ANGC here. We contributed the personal will of our late Elder J.J. Monty and others. And then if you still remember, Brother Bruno, who is in the prison in Lome, if you remember, we had given some assistance also to them. And then for the first time in our budget, we had appropriations to be given to Babcock University, and an Advent Press. We have not done that in a long while if you look at our budget. Let me just add this one and then I will end. This one talks about the high percentage for this year, 2024. 2.4 goes to GC. Division was receiving 7.6. Remember, our percentage is going what? It's going down. That means whatever we're receiving over the years, it will go down until we reach what? 7% in the year 2030. The unions still remain 8%. The conferences still are 72%. Education 2%, and retirement, the the basic requirement of service is 8, but depending upon how the institution, that's what Madam Arios tried to let us know. Finally, let me add this, our challenges. Movement of funds, especially from ZOF to ZAF and ZAF to ZOF. From Central Africa to Western Africa to the Western Africa Fund Zone and vice versa. The fact is that we cannot move money from Central Africa to Western Africa. It's not possible. And you can't move from Western to Central. Even though we are using the same what? CFA, but one is ZOF and one is what? ZAF. You can't move. So we are compelled to keep money in Cameroon to take care of the activities in that part. And then one of our major issues is moving money from ZOF, that is in Congo, where we are based, to some specific countries like Sierra, especially Liberia, Guinea-Conakry, etc. It has compelled us to open an account in Liberia so that when they need money, we can give them. But it's so difficult when we're moving money from Congo to other countries. You may not understand. You may feel the same thing. No, they have a different central government. Even when they go online, they require certain things to put on the system before transfer can be made. If you don't have it, you cannot make it. You need to go to the government and get the documentation that are moving money from here to here. So that becomes a problem. That's why we try to open some few bank accounts so that we can use when we are in need. Estimate fluctuations, and finally, limited safe investment opportunities. The issue is the word safe investment. Because in the middle of the South, especially from Ghana, nowadays all the investment funds that we know of, but probably they are holding what? They've been closed. And you can't even get your money what? Your money back. Now when you go to the government, they have the highest rate. Those of you from Ghana, you know, the threshold is about 30 something. But when you buy, be ready. The government anytime can say, we cannot what? We cannot pay. It means your money is what? It's not that we have to wait until. So these are the issues that we are facing. But basically this gives us an issue of investment. It's concentrated in what we have in the US and what we have done in Ghana and then in Cote d'Ivoire. We hope and pray that God will give us more opportunities, and as we see them and they are good, we will invest and it will help our division. Thank you very much. Elder.
I'm a member of committee.
All right, I move that this report should be accepted accordingly.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Watching the time. Pardon him for the 4 minutes.
Your pen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Give it.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I have only one presentation. Seven will be okay. 7 minutes will be okay. I presented to you proposed salaries and allowances for world entities in 2024. Once it is voted, the proposal will change. Okay, I want to give emphasis on areas where we have differences from what it was in 2023, so that we don't waste more time. For CAUN, that is Cameroon, no, Central African Union Mission, there is no change. What I'm presenting is what was presented last year. So we don't need to postpone here. For Eastern Sahel, the same thing, no change, the same thing.
So we don't need to spend much time. There is what you already voted. For Western Sahel Union Mission, there are sorry. Eastern Sahel, there are few changes, sorry. The most changes are under Gola. For Benin, the Gola bar in the other year was 0, now it is 60. For Burkina Faso, the Gola last year was 0, now it is 30. And they have also increased their basic to 240 from 230. For Côte d'Ivoire conference, the Gola there was 40 last year. They have increased it to 50 this year. For UACN, the Gola was 30, it has increased to 50. UASO, the Gola was 30, it has increased to 50. All other things remain the same. For Western Sahel Union Mission, there is no change. For WAHU, that is West African Union Mission, no change. Sorry, let me see whether. Okay, I hope I got it. No change. For Cameroon Union Mission, there is no change. For the unions in Nigeria, there is a slight change. Basic last year was 65, Cola was 45. This year we are proposing basic 90,000, Cola 60,000. For Southern Ghana, for the Ghana phase, last year basic was 2004, we are proposing 2008. Cola remains the same as it was last year. Of course, retirement goes with the change. So the retirement factor becomes 4,000. Valley View is a bit different. Actually, what they paid last year is what they are proposing this year. With, of course, a few allowances. Urban Press, they are proposing 2008 as basic and 1,006 as Cola this year. Babcock University, for basic 120,000, for Cola 80,000. And of course, for ward office, the only change you will find in ward office is actually the leave allowance, which is now basic plus Cola, monthly basic plus Cola. In the past, it used to be $100 if you enjoy vehicle depreciation. If you don't, $250. But if you look at most of our fees, what they use is basic plus Cola. That's the leave allowance. So this year we are recommending that the ward office will use also basic plus Cola. There are some changes in some of the allowances, but because of the time, I will not go into all the changes in the allowances. So I will have to stop there
Mr. Chair, I move that this be accepted.
It's moved. Any second?
Second.
There's some questions? All the people say aye? Aye. Those against say no. After my remark, GCAS will come to make a presentation. Is Mr. President here? It's not here, okay. I would like to express my position toward the Union Treasurers and the team in the WAD office. I am very happy to say that you have intelligent team here. They know what is going on. They have done a thorough analysis of the finances of this division. Since I got to the GC, I think I've only come here 3 times. 3 times. In fact, I'm here because Paul Douglas should have been here, but he's attending a meeting in North American Division. So he asked me to be here, that's why I'm here. So I have to report to him the findings. However, in the last 2 visits that I've been here, have access to a complete financial report of this division. This is the first time everything is very clear. Because each time I go back, my colleagues who have been here ask me, did you see this, did you see that? I say, no, I didn't see it. I'm so happy for that. And I'd like to thank all of you. The idea to convert Naira to dollar wasn't new. I gave that advice long time ago. Because in Nigeria, everything that goes up, it doesn't come down. Especially when we are dealing with elections. Because they play with that money. But I want to thank Baba that when I gave him that advice, he should move quick, and he checked with Paul, he did it. And let me tell you this. For every $1 that he has changed, the value has increased by 500 naira. In other words, if you have changed, let's say about $2 million, multiplied by 500, that comes with the savings that has taken place. What does that mean? Currently, we are having 195 naira to $1. Okay. When you change that rate to 1,300, which is the current rate, you will now be making exchange gains. Not losses, because as I said in my brother, you will have stopped the bleeding. Okay? So all we need to do is that each time there's just food in naira, change it immediately. If the best elections go to the black market, that will destroy to some of you, but that is the way they do business in some of this soft currency area. Change the dollars and report it, then you cut your losses. So I'm glad, my brother, you have done that. But there was an issue when it comes to the Ghana CD. The gentleman there, if you look at it, the analysis he did, it's quite clear. If you read the literature of the two of Nigeria and Ghana, they are bankrupt, if you like. They are bankrupt. Nigeria, for example, on every $1 they earn, they 97 cents to service their debt. They cannot survive. They cannot provide it. So when we get to the local currency, change it immediately into dollars. And we're going to discuss that further as a team. Let's see how we can address this. The issue of excellence is not new. In 1989 to 1992, the GC conference delegation came to this decision. I was a candidate at that time. What was the problem? We had lost a lot of monetary exchange that were 6% liquidity. 6% liquidity. If you owe every $1, you can pay 6 cents. That is not terrible. But we turn it around. And we want to turn around is to identify where the problem comes from. The problems always come from 2 areas: Nigeria and Ghana. Ghana currency is really stable now. But you cannot back it up. That's what I was trying to explain to you. What is stable? Can you go there and withdraw money today, change it and transfer? No. So, as I said, is a question of time. It can blow up. We should get our money straight away. I want to thank the President. When we met as treasurers, strategic planning and budget committee, it took an action immediately. It said every year we will give from the we will be donated in Ghana. I was just watching as I was ready to move. If I have to slow you down, because the issue of it is a bit complex. We need to have a wider consultation because the district want to address that issue. So, brothers and sisters, we also have a problem. And I said it over and over again. If I the last time I said the same thing. The world was arranged 22 countries. Alright, 22 countries. Those 22 countries, there are about 4 or 5 countries that are soft currency. When I say soft currency is that you cannot take their local currency and you go and buy it, they just move it around the border. CFA is quite stable in our case because as you know in the past, CFA will thank to the French francs. Okay? So we are having that backing. And most of the countries of the CFA area, that's where our application goes into. Are you following me? In order for you to have a single division, that means money should work where the source of income is coming from, in order to balance the location of the Francophone area. Are you following me? Okay? So, the Francophone area, we need to look into that area. How do we sustain that without depending heavily from our side? Alright? Let's say for example, Ghana, something happens to Ghana today. You have an election and you're going to have a problem. Because the election office has to operate. Okay? As my brother pointed out. Because the Canadians so will not transfer the money. Though we have transferred the money to collecting the money from Naira to dollars, they will put the banking relations in Nigeria. Okay? So we have to be very creative and see how we can move the dollar out. Your source of income, and you are always from there, and we are having these almost 18 countries Francophone area that you need to feed. Okay? Remember, when this thing was located here in 1980, I thought the division in 1982. When it was located here, it was the most stable country in the world. Also, West Africa, when we put it that way. Now, we are able to have a dollar account. You cannot have a dollar account right now. So, we need to look at how do we do business. How do we spend the money in Ghana and in Nigeria if we cannot move it? We must keep that in mind if we want to sustain the way we are doing business right now. Let's not be nationalistic. I plead with you people. This is not about nationalism. Okay? It is how can we be positioned in the division and sisters, if you make any changes, barely do it. Our percentage of successful is 64%. Okay, we can even turn this around, because that's what we did is SSD, where I want is the beginning to work. We moved from Singapore to Philippines, from hard currency to soft currency. That is where the population is. That's where our money is. And when we do that, we lost the position we have at the moment. But we cannot go back to Singapore and do the work. This is some of the things we can do easily. Going to business is not that it's bad, but you must be able to know what type of business you are going to. You cannot go and build a house in someone's land. By the time I said, carry the house, I land. No. So all this we need to know. Because right now we are paying $470 billion. Something you don't manage to omission or good administration. Okay? Maybe there was a good reason for it, but listen, if you want to go into business, look at the people that are spoken. Don't people around you just sit down and say, "I advise you." No one knows. They don't advise you. Because there's no better business when it comes to what is there's no better business. Let's come detail. Let it be once and never for a meal. So this is the way forward. I will discuss this with all of us when it comes. Let's get a good, capable people that will all sit down together, because it is our division. It is our division. How do we get out of this? Those who cannot do anything, those who cannot just have the other who go to hospital, we will just admit that we are wasting money and structure the way we do business. But I think the structure will be done with consultation with the officers of the division, so that we can move forward. We are looking at it now. There is an area which, if you look at the financial statement, the right side area is about 3 billion deficit. Okay? This is about 3 billion deficit. But we have to wrestle with that. We can come out gradually. But don't keep everyone as in Nigeria. Don't keep everyone in Nigeria. Don't keep everyone in Ghana for now. Okay? I have a Ghana account. I don't keep Ghana. I don't keep Ghana. No. I don't have a Ghana account. I need to watch it. When I go back, I take my dollars and take it back. This is our business. Let's listen to her.
Thank you. She asked for 45, but yes, she's conscious of that. We
have 40 minutes.
45.
Okay, 45.
I will try to be very accountable and responsible for my time. I have 3 assignments. But first of all, let me say how much it's a pleasure to be here with you. And I want to add my gratitude and my commendation to the Treasurer, Alder Dangana, and his team for what they have been doing over the last year, almost year and a half. Because there have been some significant changes, and I'm very grateful for that. So before I go into this first presentation, I do want to give you just a really brief update about the audit status for the WAD audit itself. The last issued audit reports for WAD were for the year ended December 31, 2018. Now that's sad, because obviously since then we've had some significant challenges. There was COVID. COVID made it very, very difficult, limited the amount of travel, the amount of access, and particularly in areas where there was internet or infrastructure challenges, we weren't able to do our audits effectively. And so from 19, 20, to 21, those 3 years worth of audits, we were able to do part of the audit, but we were not able to complete the audits for each of those 3 years. Part of them, as I said, were due to COVID challenges, but part of them were due to all of the challenges that the Treasurer has very transparently spoken to you about today. There are a number of challenges regarding some of these property investments, regarding reconciliations between entities, regarding some of these investments and things like that. So, and there were also some disagreements. Obviously, there's often different opinions. So all of this limited our ability to complete those 3 years worth of audits. But that is why I was so pleased to tell you that since the latter part of 2022 and throughout 2023, we've been working with the Treasurer and with his team. These issues have been researched and resolved. The Treasury team has worked very, very hard on updating reconciliations. Their project was just finished, I think, in September of 2023. And completed that analysis. Audit adjustments have been finalized, proposed, and accepted. So I'm very pleased to let you know that the audit work for all 4 audits now, 19, 20, 21, and 22, has been completed. We have not yet done the exit interview because that work was just finished, but that exit interview will take place just after these year-end meetings. And so we have an audit committee prior to your regular meetings in 2024. All 4 years will be ready for your audit committee, and WAD will be completely caught up with their audits. And Elder Delgado has also already requested an early audit for the 2023 fiscal year end. So I'm just very pleased, and I'd like to express my appreciation for the team here, for their passion for doing things right, and to be transparent and accountable. This has been an extremely transparent report today, and I'm so pleased about that. The assignment I have to do is do this on behalf of my colleague, Raha Bohosnabizi. He's the Associate Director for TAF, which is the Trans-Africa area for GCAS, and also Jour, who is the Assistant Director for GCAS in this territory. But Raha today is doing exactly the same report for the ECD group. So he's doing that report, and I have the privilege of sharing with you the summary of the work that GCAS did in the WAD territory during 2022. Our responsibility is to provide financial audit services to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's very interesting because if you look, right now we're experiencing the 116-year anniversary of the first organization of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the GC. And did you know that on the same day it was organized, in May of 1863, they held an audit committee. The church has always been committed to transparency and accountability and the confidence of our neighbors. So GCAS is part of that process. And this is our summary of work that we have done for 2022. Within the WAD territory, there's 166 organizations. You can see how we're divided between unions, conferences, institutions, and various other entities. The division itself is audited by a team from headquarters rather than from a team that's located within the division. So there's 166 organizations in this territory, and these would be those at the conference level and higher. However, we do not have enough staffing to do the audits for all of the organizations within the territory. And so every year we sit down and we look at the priorities from the division. We look at the constituency sessions that are going to be taking place. We look at where maybe some of the highest risk is, and we develop a plan based on the amount of staffing that we have. And so this is the commitment that we made for 2022. Our goal was to perform 55 audits based on the staffing that we had, and based on the fact that we were believing that we were coming out of the COVID crunch. And 55 is significantly higher than the commitment we were able to make for 2021. So our GCAS family, let me tell you just a little bit about that. Our GCAS family in this territory is it's 17 people as of December 31, 2022, but this has subsequently been increased to 22 people. 29% are female, 71% are male, and for professional certification, 29% are currently hold globally recognized professional designations, and 71% are working towards it. We do set very high standards for our auditors because auditing is all about credibility, and we feel that it's very important that our staff have that certification. This is a schedule that shows our accountability to you. The gray line at the very top is the total number of organizations within the territory that we would normally be auditing if we had enough staffing. The green line, which in most cases is in the middle, is what we have committed to each year as far as the annual work plan. And then the blue line is the amount of engagements actually completed or in progress at the end of each year. And you can see that big dip in 2021. This was a result of COVID and some of the limitations that we had, but you can see that we're starting to come out of that, and we were actually able to, in each of those 2 years, actually release more reports than what we had initially expected. We are still working to improve our timeliness of audit reports. I know that we are not yet where we should be on a consistent basis, and so we are working to improve that. This is another look at the total portfolio. First column, second column is the annual work plan. That's what we committed to do for 2022. 34 of the engagements were actually completed and released. 23 were in process. 109, of course, were not done because these were the ones that we just didn't have enough staffing to do. And there were also 4 engagements that we got released in addition that were in progress the prior year. Now, the numbers in my report here will differ just a little bit from what Faraha gave to the treasurers the other day. Faraha's report was based on fiscal year end. In other words, he gave you the numbers for all of the organizations whose financial report was issued for 2021, and he gave you those results, and for those organizations to date for 2022. I'm just giving a report on all of the organizations who had reports released during the calendar year 2022, regardless of which fiscal period that was. So we're going to look at the type of auditors' reports. First of all, the audit reports that were standard were 50%. Now, I wish that this was a little bit higher, and if you look at the, typically the reports that are issued during the earlier part of the year have a higher success rate because they are the ones who tend to be ready earlier and are better prepared. But 50% is the number of standard reports that were issued. Those are the best ones. 29% were qualified. These are where the auditor has to modify the opinion because there's one or more items which may not have been presented correctly. It's an error or not in compliance with GAAP, but it is not pervasive to the whole statement. Or maybe it's an item where we couldn't get enough information. We call it a scope limitation. But again, we're confident that this is not pervasive to the entire statement. So standard or qualified, those are the best 2 types of opinions. And I'm glad to see that the majority of your opinions were in one of those 2 areas. Adverse, this is where the auditor has to say that the financial statement is not correct and you shouldn't rely on it. I'm glad that there were none of those. And then the final type of opinion is a disclaimer. This is where the auditor is unable to give an opinion because there's just not enough information
where we can draw a conclusion, that we can adequately document, and that we can issue an opinion. And this is where these issues are material and they are pervasive to the whole statement. So 21% of the reports were disclaimed. If we look at the reasons for these reporting highlights, they're very similar to what we've seen in previous years. For those, the modified opinions were either because overall lack of evidence that led to a disclaimer where we couldn't give an opinion, or there was lack of evidence regarding inventory or revenue or accounts payable and accounts receivable. And you've heard this morning some of the challenges about making sure that all of the accounts are reconciled. This is one of the areas where there have been concerns. The auditor is also required to inform you about internal control weaknesses. And so the top 5 reasons where we cited internal control weaknesses, again, uncollectible accounts receivable or evaluation of accounts receivable, that's a concern. Inadequate monitoring of the overall internal control system. No fraud risk assessments performed. And this is frequently we're getting questions asking, how do we do a fraud assessment? And so that's something that I'm going to be working with GCAS to develop some materials to help organizations perform their fraud risk assessments. Also business risk assessments, both of them are very important. Reconciliation of accounts not being performed consistently. That kind of ties in with some of the issues we've been listening to this morning. And then finally, inadequate review or approval of journal vouchers or of financial statements. And these internal controls are very important to make sure that your financial statements are accurate, that they're complete, and that you have made sure that there's all the documentation that you need. Next, we'll talk about core financial policies. The church has, as some of you may know, the policy book is about this thick. It's about 800 or 900 pages. GCAS is not required to report on every single policy, for which I'm very grateful. Many of those policies are not in our area of expertise. But the church has chosen what they call core financial policies. They did this in 2011. And core financial policies are those policies that are very specifically designed for ensuring the health of the organization, ensuring that we protect the organization and protect the employees of the organization. So we only report based on those core financial policies, and there's a specific definition of what the policy is, what is considered significant, and how GCAS should report on it, and that guidance helps us be much more consistent. So in this territory here, 76% of the reports that we issued had one or more policy compliance issue. And so that does raise a concern, because when you know that these policies are designed to safeguard the church, non-compliance is a concern. 76% is kind of similar to the overall global approach around the church, so I feel that this is something that the church as a whole really does need to look at. And if I look at the most common issues within this territory, number 1 is financial reports. And that means that the financial reports are not being given regularly to the administrators and or to your governing committee. Now that concerns me, because that means you may be operating in the blind. You may be making decisions in the blind. It doesn't mean you don't get any reports at all, but it means you're not getting the 9 monthly statement reports that are supposed to go to administrators, or the 4 reports that are supposed to go throughout the year to your board. And they can be distributed electronically. You don't actually have to have a meeting, but that's what's required. So financial reporting, 41% of the reports we issued referred to that policy item. The next one is the reconciliation of inter-organizational accounts. 38% of the reports mentioned that item. Audit committees, not having an audit committee, or an audit committee not operating the way it is designed to in policy. That was mentioned in 35% of your reports. Service records, that was mentioned in 32% of your reports. and inadequate insurance coverage as compared to church policy was mentioned in 29% of your reports. All of these, I think you can see how these are designed to protect the organization, so it's important that we look at how to bring that compliance into, improve that level of compliance. And I've been asked sometimes saying, well, why doesn't the auditor fix it? Well, it's important for you to know that it's not the auditor's job to do that. If I actually had the ability to force you to fix it, then I would not be independent. I would be doing a function of management. The auditor is there to test, to determine the compliance, to report to you as governance, and then it's governance responsibility to then decide how are we going to make these changes. So just it's important to know where the different responsibilities begin and end. This slide just describes a little bit more in wording the policy items I just mentioned, so I don't need to go over that. When I was preparing these reports, I wondered, what's the trend? What have we been doing as an organization since the core financial policies were adopted in 2012? So I've used 2012 as a base year. That's when the whole transparency and accountability document was released. So if I look at this overall, WAD has kind of had a little bit of an up and down, but you've stayed fairly consistent. A slight bit of improvement overall, which is encouraging, but not the improvement we would really like to see when we look at the whole concept of transparency and accountability and the building blocks that the church has put in place to improve this. I'm very proud of the Adventist Church because I think the Adventist Church has a substantially higher commitment to transparency and accountability than you usually see in other religious denominations. The discussion to a group of stakeholders like you are, challenges, problems, and about the financial statements, you don't find that in most denominations. And so I'm proud of the church for this, but we need to make sure that we do the accountability as well, not just the reporting. We need to make sure we're accountable. If I look at policy compliance over the same period, 2012 being our base year, 17% of the reports had no policy items mentioned, 83% had policy items mentioned. In 2022, you were actually a little bit better than 10 years ago, but not a whole lot better. And so again, this is something I'd like to see us really look at as a church. As part of my report to the GC and division officers, I actually gave them a list of 10 suggestions on some things the church could consider in order to improve that. So it's in your hands. You're the lay members. You're the office. You're the members of the executive committee. You can look at these recommendations. I've also given the recommendations to the officers here, and I appreciate the fact that they asked me to give this presentation to each of the groups of the officers. This I guess it was last week, to the presidents and the secretaries and the treasurers. So I appreciate the commitment to looking at this seriously, looking at how we can improve this. So. Annual report also includes some updates about what's happening in the profession about auditing, quality management, as well as what's happening in the denomination as far as financial reporting. And our full report, this is the global report, it is available if you're interested. It can be downloaded from the GCAS website, or there's also this QR code that you can scan and download. So that's the first of the two reports, and I see I still have 26 minutes, so you want me to go into the next one? All right. I hope you can understand me, and I hope I'm not going too fast, but we will do what we can. And again, I really appreciate having the time to share this with you. All right, this is going to be really fast, guys, so hang on. I think I heard someone mention this morning, fasten your seatbelts, right? Okay. Building trust. Why is transparency and accountability essential for the Seventh-day Adventist Church? This presentation is actually a putting together, and the officers asked me to put this together. It's a combination of two different presentations that I've done. One is an hour long, the other is 30 minutes long, so we're going to try really, really fast go through some of this. But there was a study by Independent Sector about about trust, and they determined that trust is the necessary condition for many people's support of not-for-profit organizations. And the church is a not-for-profit organization. We fall within that overall sector. And as part of their study, they asked different questions, but the bottom line that it came to is that trust is essential in order for someone to be willing to volunteer or to contribute finances to a not-for-profit organization. We as a church, we kind of have a built-in stakeholder group because of our church membership, but we shouldn't take it for granted, because the issues that are affecting not-for-profits in the general world, they're filtering into the church as well, and we have to be conscious of them. What builds trust, it's in general, for as far as the organizations are concerned, it's an entity that wants to do good for people. It's an entity that has a good reputation. They're known for work that they do, that they're not seeking personal enrichment, and also it comes down to good personal experiences with that organization. I'm going to come back to that in just a minute. What breaks trust? Association with corruption, greed, potentially pocketing money, not being financially transparent, political biases, or personal experiences, either something that they experienced or something that they heard about. In many countries, there's like the Better Business Bureau. What's the credit rating of an organization? Do they pay their bills on time? How do they treat their vendors? All of these things can break trust. And when trust is lost, trust is like an eraser, right? I think most of us, you're similar to my age, so we still used pencils, right, when we were in school. The more you use an eraser, the smaller it gets, right? And it's much easier to build trust in the first place than to rebuild trust afterwards. And this is the experience, and I've just listed 5 entities here that have gone through this, but I'll just talk about one, United Way. Back in 1995, the United Way, a longtime CEO, was convicted of fraud and corruption, sent to jail. It took over 10 years for United Way to totally rebuild their brand, rebuild their governance structure, and to get back to the point where they had the same level of support from the community. Oxfam, Catholic Church, has numerous examples. Hillsong, this is just last year. Up until last year, that was a massive church chain network, very, very successful, very, very popular. And then scandals, sexual scandals, financial scandals, and it's a fraction of what it used to be. And the SDA Church, unfortunately, is not immune to this. And many of the issues that have haunted the church, and I've been around a while, and I can just think back to so many of the different financial situations the church has been through that have broken the trust. This is mentioned in our devotional this morning. The fact that our reputation isn't as what it used to be in some places, and as a result we lose some of our younger members, or some of our members, they lose trust in the church, and we can't afford to do that. And the other thing is that the church is getting to the point where it's very, very difficult to get insurance, whether it's property insurance or even some of the executive risk insurance or other types of insurances. Because the church has had such an experience of so many problems, it's getting harder for Adventist Risk Management to even find underwriters who will underwrite our insurance policies. And a result of that is that every single one of us, every single entity, pays higher premiums as a result. I don't want us to pay huge premiums for insurance when we want to spend our money on mission. And so I think that this is something that we have to be very conscious of. When trust is lost, it's hard to regain. What happens when trust is lost? Well, first of all, there is an immediate financial loss, especially if there was an embezzlement or a fraud or something like that. That's usually followed by litigation, which is more financial loss. Even if you have an insurance policy, you still have more financial loss. But even more so, you've got that reputational loss. You've got the fact that the media attention goes on and on and on. And hugely important is the fact that what do you end up as leaders spending all your time on? You spend your time dealing with the media, dealing with attorneys, dealing with lawsuits and everything, when really what you want to be doing is spending your time on mission. So there is the distraction loss that is very important. And all of these lead to long-term financial loss. And when I look at the tithe numbers and the offering numbers over the last few years, I'm incredibly grateful. I'm grateful to our members. They're hanging on, but we as an organization need to make sure that we do our work in a way that encourages that trust and encourages that ongoing contribution. Two kinds of trust. One is personal. Am I a trustworthy person? Two is the trust in my organization. And a hugely important factor is that distrust, which results from a specific personal incident, can metabolize into distrust of the entire organization. I take that very seriously. I've given my career to GCAS. I love GCAS. We're not perfect. We really are not perfect, but we're constantly trying to work better and better and better. But if I have a misconduct on me, if I do something wrong, everyone around me will perceive that, well, that's GCAS. You know, GCAS did this to me or whatever. So as every single Seventh-day Adventist leader, we need to remember that how people perceive us can be projected onto the whole church organization. I'm going to skip this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it says nonprofit organizations must convince the public. I say Seventh-day Adventist organizations must convince their members that they have the right systems and policies in place to ensure that contributions and other resources are being prudently maintained, managed, and deployed. And it's not always necessarily that we never make mistakes, but it's what do we as an organization do when there are mistakes, that we quickly follow up, that we're responsible, that we are responsive to the issues or the concerns of our stakeholders, and that we don't cover it up, but we take actions. And I think that's what's so important. So how does this relate to the Adventist Church? Again, we're talking about trust, and it is one of the most important human resources we have in the church. I've got a couple Bible verses here that I really love, even though this one may not be dealing specifically with financial matters. It's Paul's letter to the Corinthians. It says, we reject all shameful deeds and underhand methods. We don't try to trick anyone or distort the word of God. I like to look at every single transaction as being a witness. It's either a witness to good or it's a witness to bad. How I pay my bills, how I treat my vendors, how I treat my employees. Every single transaction, if you look at that as being a part of a witness to how we as an organization operate, I think that that's important. Anyone who can be trusted in little matters can also be trusted in important matters. What are the little matters? Expense reports? Are we careful with our expense reports? Are we careful with how we pay our bills? Are we careful with how we do our evaluations? And honestly and straightforwardly talk with our employees about what they need to do to improve their work so that we catch problems when they're small and not when they've grown to something that is out of control. So in 2011, the annual council affirmed transparency and accountability. And they talked about there was a document that was issued. The whole financial policies of the church were reworked to better match best practices. The establishment of audit committees and having an audit committee charter, we'll talk about that in a minute. And also they encouraged training for boards and governance committees. There's three components that the organization needs to focus on: culture, controls, and communication. I'm going to fly through them really quick, but the first one I want to really emphasize to you. In comparison to what happens in business industry, the Seventh-day Adventist leader is not an owner of that business. The Seventh-day Adventist leader is entrusted with leadership on behalf of the entire membership. We are there to serve. And that's a concept that we have to ingrain into everyone. And that's hard in some places, you know, the big boss or the president, you know. But we have to remember that we are not that our culture is to be a servant leader. Organization's culture, Tone at the top, and I'm gonna stress that one, and the rest you can read there. But what does tone at the top really mean? Tone at the top means, if I put it in a nutshell, is that every employee in an organization watches their leaders. They watch you, and they see what you do. And if they see you overriding controls, or skipping the rules, or bending the rules, they will watch and they will mimic your behavior. But if you have open communication, if you have that commitment to transparency and to doing things right, to following the rules, they will also watch that. And then they will copy that type of behavior. That's what's meant by tone at the top. And the rest of them you can see there, but I don't have time to go through it. Organizational controls, these come through a number of different ways. Part of it is our policies, either at the division or at the GC, our governance documents, our employee manuals, and our internal control process. But I want to talk real quickly, and I'm going to skip this slide, because I already said that the financial policies were rewritten in 2011. And when they rewrote them in 2011, they organized them into these 7 categories. And I want to talk real quickly about the last of those categories, which is financial oversight committees. There were 3 primary, and these are 3 required financial oversight committees that are put together in order to protect the church and its operations and its employees. So I'm going to go through each of these real quickly. The officers specifically asked me to touch on this. Audit committees. First of all, this is a GC core policy, so GCAS specifically is required to report on it, and as you heard, it's one of the top areas of noncompliance in WAD territory. Also globally, it's at 28%. The purpose is to promote transparency and full discussion and disclosure of audit matters. There should be at least 3 people on this committee, and they should not be members. They should not be employed by the organization. They must be independent. They should be competent, which means that they have business expertise. You want them to be able to deal with matters that are relevant to the audit and to the organization's internal controls and business. And they should be confident. What does confident mean in this context? It means that the member is willing to ask those hard questions, not with a personal agenda, but those hard questions that need to be asked about the organization's operations, about the audit reports and things like that. There is a specific charter, a terms of reference for this committee. It's very detailed. It's based on best practices. The auditor is supposed to be invited to attend this committee so that they can talk with the members of the audit committee. There can be representatives from higher organizations. They can either be a member or they could be an invitee. And then the audit committee sends a copy of its recommendations, and they work with management on putting those recommendations together. That goes to the full executive committee. The audit committee works on behalf of the full executive committee, but it's a small group that has the business expertise to deal with these matters. And this is what the full charter looks like. Frequently people think that the main or the only purpose of an audit committee is to work with the auditor and review the reports. And in some very unhealthy situations, the audit committee sometimes thinks that it's their responsibility to protect administration from the auditor. Please, that is not an appropriate understanding, but unfortunately I've worked with some who kind of felt that. But the audit committee actually has a much broader role. They work with management to make sure that the internal controls of the organization are adequate and are appropriate. The audit committee can be part of your whistleblower policy. If you want to really strengthen your organization and avoid instances of fraud, you have a whistleblower policy so that an employee who sees something knows who they report to and they can safely report to someone and be assured that the concerns will follow up. They may not be valid concerns, but they may be valid concerns. There needs to be a methodology for doing that, and the audit committee is a really good way for that to happen. The audit committee can help with performing business and fraud risk assessments, and again, that's something that we've seen is frequently not happening, so an audit committee can be a great resource for that. They review difficulties that are encountered during the audit. They provide oversight for conflict of interest. And then they should also have an executive session with the auditor and then report to the executive committee. So that's the first of these three oversight committees. The second one is the Compensation Review Committee. This used to be called the Salary Review Committee, but they updated it to be more consistent with the terminology used in business. This is not a core policy. Organizations are still required to comply with it, but it means that GCAS will not actually report on whether or not the organization complied, except one division felt that this was so important, they added it to their list of core policies, and for that division, we do report this whether or not this committee functioned. Again, the objective, promote transparency, full disclosure on compensation items, and compensation is often an area where not-for-profits and scandals kind of happen, so this is why the church adopted this sort of a safeguard. The composition, the committee should be, the majority should not be employees of the organization, should include laypersons and people from the higher organization. And once again, there is a very detailed charter. So the policy book actually tells you exactly how this committee should function. And what they're responsible for, first of all, they are supposed to review and report on compensation and allowances paid to officers and board-appointed personnel, and follow up on anything unusual. But in addition to that, and this is something that's often overlooked, they review and report on personal accounts receivable, travel advances, and travel expenses. And I think this is an important thing because where I've seen officers or employees often get into trouble is when they take out personal advances and it grows beyond their control, beyond what they can adequately handle. So this is a sort of a safeguard to make sure that problems are caught before they get too big. So, but often people overlook the fact that this is part of the Compensation Review Committee charter. They recommend that everything be done in a spreadsheet, listing all compensation, all allowances. Most organizations do this for their entire employee group, so that the committee can also see the disparity or see the different classifications and make sure that there is some sort of a consistent approach to it. The committee can set the salary rates for the next year. The executive committee could delegate that to them. And after the committee has met, they need to send a statement. It needs to be recorded in the minutes of the executive committee that this committee has met. So it's part of the accountability. It's part of making sure that it's officially recognized in your minutes that this has taken place. The final of the three required financial oversight committees is the Financial Statement Review Committee. Now, this is a unique committee because compared to the other two. The other two committees are both inward-looking committees. They are looking inward at the organization that they are a part of. The audit committee looks at the organization's audited financial statement and works with their auditors. The compensation review committee looks at the compensation of that organization. The statement review committee is different. It looks outside. And it is a committee that is concerned about the health and the financial statements of the organizations within their territory. So, for example, it's required to exist at unions, at divisions, and at the GC. And I would say this is probably, it might be maybe lucky that this is not a core policy, because this is something that I do not see happening very often at all. There are a couple of divisions who have adopted this very consistently, and I would say that those divisions tend to have the highest number of clean opinions for all of the organizations within their territory. They also tend to have some of the highest policy compliance. They also tend to have some of the best financial health, which is very interesting that those things have gone together. So this is something I would recommend that you look at adopting within your territory. So for example, the union Financial Statement Review Committee, that would be made up of members from the Union Treasury Group, and their responsibility would be looking at the financial statements of the entities within their territory, so the conferences or any union institutions. The division, their Financial Statement Review Committee is going to be looking at the financial statements of the unions and the division institutions within their territory. So the objective, be fully informed about the financial health of their subsidiaries and any affiliated entities. And yes, there is indeed a charter, so it tells you exactly what to do. And I like this committee specifically for the reason that they can review audited or unaudited financial statements. So even if you're located in a territory where GCAS doesn't have enough personnel to do all the audits, this process gives you a way of performing financial oversight and identifying trends and problems within your area as early as possible. It also helps to ensure that the organizations within your territory get into the habit of preparing regular financial statements. Remember, that was another problem that we saw as far as policy for WAD. 41% of our reports said that these financial statements are not being prepared regularly. So this group can review audited or unaudited statements from subsidiary entities within their territory. They should meet at least once a year. They look for adverse financial trends. They can mentor the management of the organizations. They can evaluate working capital, liquidity status. You saw some great slides here this morning that would give you an illustration of the sort of financial information that you want to look at. They can also review the audit reports, the report to governance, the policy compliance report, discuss that with management, and they should submit the minutes of their meetings to the next higher organization. So those are some of the policies or the church has built into our structure, or committees that have built into our structure to safeguard the church's operations. So finally then, about the three cultural things, organizational culture, organizational controls, and then organizational communication. We want to have regular and open communication within the organization and between the controlling committee and the audit committee, GCAS, your constituents, stakeholders, and other higher organizations. Paul talked a lot about a credibility cycle, and I'm going to just illustrate that to you really quickly because we've got 3 minutes left. And the credibility cycle, it starts with our members, it starts with our stakeholders, and they provide financial resources, whether they're tithes, whether they're offerings, whether they're other donations. The church organizations use these resources for their mission. And then they prepare financial statements, financial reports about that information. GCAS or an external auditor will perform an audit of that financial information. And finally, the church organizations present that audited information to their stakeholders. And GCAS is a part of that process, and obviously an audit is to objectively, credibly look at the accountability and look at the information. Here's a history lesson, but we don't have time for it, so I'm just going to skip that. But it does touch on the fact that the Adventist Church, when it was first organized in 1863, felt that auditing was an important piece. GCAS, we are responsible for all the organizations listed in the SDA yearbook, and even though we're not in public practice, we are required to do our work in accordance with those standards and to have a professional independence from our clients. Those of you who have seen an audit report, you should be familiar with this graphic. I've taken out all the detailed slides that describe it, but first of all, I want to talk about just two things. Number one is the agreement. This is part of a credibility process, and you also need to have confidence that your auditors are credible. That's why at the beginning of an audit, we always issue an engagement letter. It goes to you, it outlines what we are going to be doing. You trust us with your information. We're telling you exactly what we're going to be doing, what we're responsible for doing. But we also outline in that letter what you are responsible for doing. So having an agreement about what an audit's going to be like. And then ultimately at the end, we look at the audit report, and that's where we report back to you the results of the opinions, the policy compliance. But what I'm concerned about is that if we don't have the audit committee, if those reports don't go back to an audit committee, we don't really complete that credibility cycle. So honesty, this is a quote from Ellen White that I like, honesty should stamp every action of our lives, Heavenly angels examine the work that's put into our hands, and where there's been a departure from the principles of truth, wanting is written in the records. And I believe that making a commitment to God requires a commitment to credibility. That's what we're about. We want to have bring more people into the church. Let's make the church a safe place and a trustworthy place to bring that. Thank you so much. And I have 2 seconds left.
Okay, thank you, Robin, for this marathon. Mr. Chairman, I move that this report be recorded that the Executive Director of GCAS at the General Conference Office has presented to us for recording in this House. I so move.
Move. Any second? Any question? If you no question, all in favor say aye. Those against say no. Thank you. Please always read the audit reports of your organization so that we will try. Okay. I think it would be nice to tell them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Ma'am, for the presentation. We appreciate it so much. I hope what do you call it? The material, well, I was able to download what she put there. But I hope the treasurers will make it available to all of us, all the officers. Yes. Okay, so let us also have some, so that the treasurers forget, we will remind them. Because we need these committees in our unions and institutions. And we will have to ensure that they function effectively. So we appreciate it. And we will take our time to go over and be sure that we understand what has been presented. Thank you very much. God bless you. Okay. Then on behalf of the division, I want to say a big thank you to Elder Egwake for chairing this meeting. Can we give them a clap? Elder Isigo. Yes, merci beaucoup. We appreciate you and Treasurer and your team. Thank you also very much for the good work done. Mr. Ruby, thank you very much. We are very grateful. Can you please stand and stretch your legs? It's not over until it's over. All right. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for the time. Yep.
All right. This laptop looks like. Okay. This is your laptop, right?
The name of the committee is what?
No, this is a work recommendation to the executive committee. Because this is the last stage.
All right, good afternoon once again, our dear leaders. There are some recommendations coming from the administrative committee of the division to the executive committee for consideration. So we would like you to please give us your undivided attention as the executive secretary goes about doing the presentation. Pastor, please take over.
Good afternoon, dear leaders. As members of the executive committee, one of the prerogative is to also vote on all the recommendation regarding field reorganization. Sorry. A minute. Pastor Chair, the Administrative Committee of West Central Africa Division has the following recommendation to make before the Executive Committee. The first one concerns the proposed Cameroon Union Mission reorganization. I'm trying to make it wider. Whereas the Executive Committee of West Central Africa Division, during its 2023 mid-year meeting, voted in Action 23-104 to authorize the reorganization process of the Cameroon Union Mission into two unions, namely Southern Cameroon Union Conference and Northern Cameroon Union Mission. Whereas the World Survey Team visited Cameroon Union Mission and studied all proposed documents for its reorganization. Whereas the assessment of the committee has shown that the reality of the current condition of the field is not yet ready to be reorganized into a union conference and a union mission, but can function as two union missions, recommending to approve and recommend to the General Conference through World Executive Committee the reorganization of the Cameroon Union Mission into two union missions, namely the West Central Cameroon Union Mission and Northeast Cameroon Union Mission.
The constituency of the Northeast Cameroon Union Mission will be the North Cameroon Conference, Benue Faro Mission, Adamawa Maro Ray Conference, and East Cameroon Conference, while the constituency of the West Central Cameroon Union Mission will be Mbam Sanaga Conference, Young Afamba Conference, Central South Cameroon Conference, and West Cameroon Conference. Pastor Chair, the following are some data we can share with the executive committee members for them to understand the rationale of this proposal. This is the map of Cameroon, the current Cameroon Union Mission, with 7 conferences, 1 mission. The current membership stand at 133,425. You could see that this can be divided into 2 entities which will be functional. The church is 1,048, companies 659. They have a total of 176 ministers. So you could see that it can be easily divided, among which 118 are ordained, 58 non-ordained. They have 13 institutions, and 7 are in education, 4 in health, where 2 others. So with the reorganization, the Northeast Cameroon Union proposed mission will have the 4 fields, as you could see: North Cameroon, Benue Faro, Adamawa Conference, East Cameroon. The headquarters will be in Gaoundere. And the membership of the Northeast Cameroon Union Mission will be around 85,608. They will be serving about 8 million as population. And the Central West Cameroon Union Mission, with the 4 fields, as I've mentioned, I won't say it again for the sake of time. Their headquarters will be Yaoundé, where the Mother Conference, a border union, is currently located. And the membership of the Mother Union will be now 47,921. They'll be serving about 20 million as population. Well, the field has been growing normally, as you could. The membership has been, the growth has been good. The income, you could see in terms of tithes, the total income versus the total expense over these years. There are financial indicators also. This is the working capital, above 100. For the Mother Current Union, liquidity, above 100. And self-support, they have declined, but they have been growing. And from the GCAS opinions about their years of audit, till the last audit, they have been having clean opinion. Based on all these things, Pastor Chair, the administrative committee is recommending this reorganization. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any question, comment? If you have any question or comment, please straight to the microphone. Question is for all in favor that we reorganize the Cameroon Union. They say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Harry, thank you very much. Please continue.
Thank you. When I went to full mode, the thing disappeared. The second one concerns, Pastor Chair, missions
should be upgraded to conference status, and I need to give a kind of explanation to the executive committee members. When you go through our policy book, there are provisions concerning upgrading field, and one of them is that, for example, they should have adequate membership. We have observed that there is no instrument of measurement per se. So administration has put in place some measures. For example, for a field which is a mission to become a conference, you need a minimum of 5,000 membership, no less than that, because already as mission you are functioning. So one of the measurements we have used is that one. If you are indebted to the higher organization, you need to clear that one. It's very important. Your membership should be accepted through ACMS, the provision said through the accepted membership management system, and it's ACMS we are considering. In manpower, we give ourselves minimum of 15 workforce. Below that one, continue growing. You are already a mission, just grow. At least be able to sustain 15, then we can upgrade you to conference. Yes, all the indicators must be above 100. We also consider one aspect of the thing that concerns especially field in Nigeria. Ideally, you are supposed to be paying the voted salary and allowances. But we have realized that in this part of our territory, many fields are not paying it in the past. So if you want to base it on it, they may not become a conference. So those who have been in this situation, since it's a general situation, the unions are trying to correct. We will not disqualify people based on that one. With this in mind, Pastor Chair, the first proposal concern Aba West Mission. Whereas Aba West Mission in the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference has submitted an application for a change of status from a mission to a conference, whereas the evaluation of that data is satisfactory, voted to recommend to West Central Africa Division Executive Committee to grant a conference status to Aba West Mission in the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference effective January 1, 2024. And to give you some ideas about Aba West, this is the map of Abia State showing Aba West Conference proposed territory, which is carved in toward the south. You could see the various local government comprising the field. Currently, their membership stand at 7,098 members. So you could see the above. It's true the population they are saying is small, but 7,000, and the field has been growing. Normally, they have 18 pastors serving them. This is their offering as at 2022. The membership you saw, the liquidity, you see it, 170, and the self-support also 109, and the working capital 121. This is their nice secretariat, very nice one. Based on all this, Pastor Chair, we move that we accept this upgrading of this field.
We move, then it's attended. It's attended. Any questions, any comments? Is your question is called? All right, all in favor, may say aye. Aye. Opposing? Thank you very much. Please continue.
The next is about Port Harcourt Conference.
reorganization. So this is to reorganize the conference into two. And on this one also, we want the executive committee members to know that we decided that for any field that is going to go through reorganization, you have to go through all the stages. For example, we cannot reorganize the field into directly two union, two conferences. Let them grow by through mission, and then they will prove everything. As they function, we see all the indicators, all the parameters, they will now upgrade to be a full conference. So whereas the Port conference has submitted an application to be reorganized into two conferences, whereas the evaluation of their data is satisfactory, voted to recommend to the Executive Committee of the West Central Africa Division to approve the reorganization of Port Harcourt Conference in the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference into a local conference and a local mission, effective January 1, 2024, as follows. Port Harcourt Conference, which is the mother conference, will be renamed. Proposed name is Port Harcourt East Conference, which constituency will be churches in Obio, Akko, Port Harcourt, Eche, Omuma, Okrika, and Oguboro. Then the second one, the Port Harcourt West Mission, which constituency are churches from Emuaha, Ekore, Asari, Peru, and Degema. For us to have an idea of this field, sorry, because I was not seeing it. All right. This is the map of rivers showing the various local government. And the second one, you will see the current conference with all the various local governments and comprising it. This mother conference currently stands at 29,629. You could see that it could be easily divided. So, pardon? Yeah. So they have membership in Port Harcourt. So this is the current membership. And as we divide them, you will see on this very one, the map of rivers showing Port Harcourt East Conference. You see there, and then Port Harcourt, the second one. So as we divide, the mother conference will now have 14,283 membership. That is for the mother conference, and what the serving as population is there. You will see that the conference has been growing steadily. This conference will have about 24 pastors, which is good to serve them. And you will see their financial indicators and the tithes here, the various tithe offering. This is for the mother conference, not then the liquidity. You will see it 101.24. This is the Port Harcourt East, the mother conference headquarters. They have a nice secretariat, which is good. The second one on the map, you see, the second one will have about 12,948. If you want the full documentation, we can give you to read the whole thing. We just took some few things for you to have an idea. Also have about 24 pastors, 7 there, and you have all their financial instrument. This is the second headquarters. We some unions even will have things like this, right? So, Pastor Chair, based on all this, I move that we accept the reorganization of Port Harcourt into those two entities.
Thank you very much. If we move, any seconder? All right, so that is Port Harcourt's reorganization. Any questions? Any comments? Question is called. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposing? Good. Thank you. Our leaders from Port Harcourt are doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is, we'll go back to River East. River West Conference reorganization. Thank you. Whereas River West Conference has submitted an application to be reorganized into two conferences, whereas the evaluation of their data is satisfactory, voted to recommend to the Executive Committee to approve the reorganization of River West Conference in the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference into a conference and a mission effective January 1, 2024 as follows. River West Conference will change the name as we reorganize it into Orashi South. That will be the new name. Orashi South, which constituency will be churches from Abua, Odual, Ahauda East, and Ahauda East and Ahauda West. And then Orashi North Mission, with constituency churches in Ogba, Egbema, and Edomi. These are their data as follows for us to have an idea. This is Rivers. Currently, the mother River West Conference, they have 19,664. You will see that this can be easily divided also into two conferences. This is the map of Rivers, and here you have the Orashi South and Orashi North on the map. And the next one shows you the Orashi South, the mother conference, which will based on 3 local governments, as you have mentioned. And the current membership is, when they will divide, it will have about 11,000. The mother conference will have about 11,870 members. You see their population, their growth. This is their tithe offering and gross tithes, the workers, the membership. They have a rate also, very nice. The others, Orashi North, they will have about 6,000 members. So it's above, you could see 6,000 plus members. 15 pastors will be serving in the other mission until they will also grow to become a conference. This is their humble secretariat they will begin with. And Pastor Chair, I move that we accept this recommendation. Thank you. We are now moving to, maybe let me pause, Pastor Chair, the request based on all that I've explained. Bayelsa and then Anambra Mission in this region, we are encouraging them to continue growing until shortly, we hope we are going to celebrate them as conference. The same applies with Southwest Côte d'Ivoire Mission. Let them continue growing. Very shortly, they will grow to become a conference. Let's now go to northern part of Nigeria. To the glory of God, the 3 fields we have there. We have 3 conferences in northern Nigeria. They have grown. And we are bringing to you a recommendation of splitting each conference in northern Nigeria into 2 for mission purposes. The first one is the Northeast Nigeria Conference. Northeast Nigeria Conference. Whereas the Northeast Nigeria Conference in the Northern Nigeria Union Conference has applied for the reorganization of its territory into 2 local conferences for effective missionary work, whereas Northeast Nigeria Conference has satisfied some requirements for the reorganization. Whereas the reorganization of the territory will support missionary activities for membership growth, voted to recommend to the Executive Committee of the West Central Africa Division to reorganize the Northeast Nigeria Conference in the Northern Nigeria Union Conference into a local conference and a local mission. They want to, but we say no. The second one, let it grow as a mission. And this will be effective January 1, 2024. It is as follows. Northeast Nigeria Conference, which is the mother conference, will change name. The new name will be Plateau Bauchi Conference with constituency as churches in Plateau and Bauchi. Their headquarters will be at Bukuru in Jos, where the current mother is situated. Excuse me. Then the Adamawa North East Mission with constituency, my bottle is there. Could you help me with the bottles, please? Then the Adamawa North East Mission with constituency are churches in Adamawa, Taraba, Gombe, Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa North East. Their headquarters will be at Numan. Pastor Chair, I would like to move all the 3 together. So permit me to go to Northwest Nigeria Conference. With the same preamble, we are recommending to the Executive Committee to reorganize the Northwest Nigeria Conference in the Northern Nigeria Union Conference into a local conference and a local mission effective January 1, 2024. The Northwest Nigeria Conference, which is the mother conference, will be renamed Kaduna West Nigeria Conference. And their constituency will be churches in Sokoto State, Katsina State, Kebbi State, Zamfara State, and Kaduna State. Their headquarters will be in Kaduna. Then the second, which will be a mission, local mission, Kaduna East Nigeria Mission, which constituency are churches in Jigawa State, Kano State, Kaduna State, and Lere local government area. Their headquarters will be in Saminaka. Then the last proposal for the North, it will be North Central Nigeria Conference. We are recommending to this August Assembly to reorganize it into a local conference and a local mission effective January 1, 2024 as follows. North Central Nigeria Conference, which is the current mother conference, will be renamed Abuja East Nigeria Conference, and their constituency will be churches in Benue State, Nasarawa State, part of the Federal Capital Territory, with the headquarters at Koroduma Onema Village. And then the second one, Abuja West Mission, with constituency churches within the Niger State, within the following district of the Capital Territory of Abuja, and their headquarters will be Dumi. The list is long to those one. For us to have an idea about what we have been sharing with you and what led to this recommendation, if you don't know Nigeria, this is the map of Nigeria. And see the portion the union is occupying, Northern Nigeria Union Territory, so large, many states. That's what led to this reorganization. And the former Northwest Nigeria Conference, you see the territory, many states. That's why we are splitting into 2. It is northeast also, you see it, that's what we are split into two. And then the middle one, the one central one, which we are splitting into two. Now, this table gives you good information. Currently, you see the position of each of the mother field. You see, 24 districts, easily divided, 37, 40. Then number of organized churches, 61, 106, 130. So these are the things, the churches we are divided. Then 88 companies. The membership you could see, 11,000 could be divided, 23,000, 20,000. So we can easily divide them into two. And then if you go to the next one, even here you will see their tithes. They are viable, they have money. Then personages, even they have personages. They have buildings, church buildings. So this next slide gives you an idea about their comparative financial analysis. I talk about the membership of each one. You will see the way they have grown. And as we divide, I wanted to show you some indicators, but maybe for the sake of time, Pastor Chair, all those who may want to visit the document, they can come to us and visit it. We won't post this one on the website. I so move that we accept the reorganization of this territory as proposed.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Reorganizing Northern Nigeria territory into 6 instead of 3. Has it been seconded? Seconded. All right. Any questions? Question is for all in favor. Say aye. Aye. Opposed, say. Pastor Harry.
Next one. The next recommendation goes to Northern Ghana Union Conference. They've also applied to be reorganized into 2 entities. Whereas the Northern Ghana Union Conference has submitted an application to be reorganized into 2 conferences, whereas the data are satisfactory, we are recommending to the General Conference through the Executive Committee of West Central Africa Division the reorganization of the Northern Ghana Union Conference in the West Central Africa Division into a Union Conference and a Union Mission as follows. Northern Ghana Union Conference, which is the mother conference, will be renamed. The new name will be Ashanti Ghana Union Conference. And their constituency will be from Ashanti Central Ghana Conference, Ashanti South Ghana Conference, Ashanti Central Ghana Conference, Mountain View Ghana Conference, and Greenview Ghana Conference. Their headquarters will be where the mother conference is currently located in Kumasi. And then the Northern Ghana Union Mission, which constituency from Mid-North Ghana Conference, Mid-West Ghana Conference, North Ghana Mission, Upper East Ghana Mission, and Upper West Ghana Mission. And their headquarters will be in Techim. Pastor Chair, for our members to have an idea about some indicators and data from this field, Northern Ghana, this is the whole map of Ghana. You could see the various regions in Ghana. And the current 2 unions we have, all in green, are the current Northern Ghana. You see, all our north are very large. And the one you see in pink represents the Southern Ghana Union Conference. So this one shows the proposed new reorganization. Anything you see in pink will be the Northern new mission, Northern Union Mission, and the red will be the Ashanti region, which will remain as the mother conference. Well, for some indicators, let me just show you some few financial membership growth, there is no problem for that one. For the 5 years, you could see 2022, 55,000, 53,000 membership, financial position, liquidity, the working capital, all those things are there. Those who are interested could come and see it closely. Pastor Chair, based on all this, I move the acceptance of this proposal. And they are going to begin, and they are going to, yes, the mission, union mission, we will test run it as administrative unit while waiting for GC to come. And once they become a full-fledged recognized, they can start as a union mission. So moved.
It's been moved. Any seconder? Any questions? Any comments? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposing?
The next proposal, Pastor Chair, take us to Southern Ghana Union Conference, the mother conference. They too, they have applied. To save time, we are recommending to you to reorganize the Southern Ghana Union Conference into 2 entities, namely South Ghana Union Conference, the mother conference, and the Southwest Ghana Union Mission as follows. South Ghana Union Conference, their constituency will be from Accra City Conference, Pioneer Ghana Conference, Mid-South Ghana Conference, Southwest Ghana Conference, West Central Ghana Conference, and Western North Ghana Conference. Their headquarters will remain in Accra when we have the mother conference. And the second one will be Southeast Ghana Union Mission, with constituency from Meridian Ghana Conference, East Ghana Conference, Eastern View Ghana Conference, Diamond Field Ghana Conference, Volta Ghana Mission, and OT Ghana Mission. Their headquarters will be located in Tema. For you executive committee members to have an idea about the territory, we would like to share this following with you. You've already seen on the map, this is the current mother conference, and they will be split into 2. And we have mentioned the various fields that comprises it. You will see the strength of all the fields here, their membership, their finances, their financial indicators. Everything is available. It's a huge document. Those who are interested, you can come and we will show you. And this one also, the mission, the union mission, will begin to run it as a union administrative unit while waiting for the final recognition by the General Conference, and then they can take off as union mission. I move the reorganization of this field also.
Any questions, any comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposing? Yeah, thank you very much, our dear leaders. The application is that these newly reorganized unions, whilst we are seeking the approval of the GC, we want them to test run as administrative units, so that we'll be sure by the time the GC comes, they will know that indeed they can stand on their feet or not. So that is how the unions are going to be.
One more, the last one, what we are correcting, Papa East.
Okay. Yeah, so that is it for the unions. This one is another amendment to the previous action.
Thank you, Pastor Chair. The last recommendation is an amendment we want to make to an action we have taken as executive committee some years back. concerning the reorganization of North Ghana mission into two fields. That will be the new caption, namely North Ghana Mission and Upper East Ghana Mission. Whereas the Executive Committee of West Central Africa Division took the following action to create the Upper East Ghana Mission. And the action we took was action 2172, change of status. That's the way it was captioned. Field upgrade, Upper East Ghana Mission. The action was to grant a local mission status to Upper East Ghana region as recommended by the Strategic Plan Department of West Central Africa Division. Effective date was January 1, 2021. Whereas the General Conference observed that the said Upper Ghana has never been in existence officially in the church structure, we are recommending to amend the action taken then to read as follows. It will be reorganization Northern Ghana Mission into two fields. North Ghana Mission and Upper East Ghana Mission. That's what we should have taken then. And then the action will read, voted to split the North Ghana Mission into two distinct organizational units, namely the North Ghana Mission and the Upper East Ghana Mission, as per the recommendation of the survey team for the Upper East Ghana Mission through the Strategic Department of the West Central Africa Division. These two entities will commence independent operation from June 1, 2021. And the statistic for the second quarter 2023 with the updated split will be as follows. So the mother mission still have in our data 26 churches and a membership of 7,321. So as GC, as we are recommending that the action should be updated, the way they will split them, the North Ghana Mission will have 22 churches. It will have a membership of 5,021 members, while the Upper East Ghana will have 4 churches and 2,300 members. I move.
They move. Any seconder? Any questions, comments? Let's call in favor, say aye. Opposed, same.
Thank you very much. So let us have in mind, it is all about mission. If we do this and we are not able to use it to enhance our mission, then there is a problem. Now we'll be sending questionnaires to you, the existing conferences we want to evaluate, to see their strength, to know what we need to do, to push them, to help them move forward. So next year, when you receive these questionnaires, have in mind we want to evaluate, to know how these conferences are. We expect some growth, especially the first 5 years. Then, by the 10th year, we expect you to multiply yourself. So as we go, tell our brethren, we need to push the mission of God forward. Encourage them. Encourage our laity to support the missions and the conferences. If by God's grace we get the support of the laity, we will be able to carry along our mission and our mandate. May God help us in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, in view of what has happened, it calls for a nominating committee to sit and to see how to go about some of these administrative units and the rest, the missions. And so the executive secretary will take over and move to that action from here.
Thank you, Pastor Chair. The administration is recommending, as our practice is, we will have a 25-member nominating committee, and this is the way it will be spread. We have the three division officers, the 2 GC rep, the 5 Union Conference President. You'll be member. Then, from the Union Missions, we are picking 2 to be member of the nominating committee. We are taking 10 lay people because we want it, as policy said, to be balanced between the laity and the leadership. So we will take 10 leaders, Enoch in northern Nigeria, western Nigeria, northern Ghana, southern Ghana, Waum, Esum, Wesum, CAUM, and CMUM. Then for the ward institution, we are picking 1 there. The directors, we are picking 2, and this will form the 25. And from the recommendation of the administration, the names that are attached, so that we will vote the name directly. Pastor Ted, Eda George, Pastor Robert, Selom Sesu, Marcos Musa Dangana, Ari Yohana, Adeleye, Basi Udo, Anobwahen, Titi Okran, Michael Koroma, Josu Simon, Etete Michael Adams, Jedida James Jamo, Ebiere Gilo, Matilda Obenk, Chrere, sorry if I pronounce it badly, Michael Oben Asa, Wilfred Samuel Taylor, Bertrand Lokosu, Danielson Correa, Dan Cecile Valerie, Opus Ndongo, Yves Eric Wata, Professor Kumson, then Jane Warungwa, and Bakari. These are the names. I move the acceptance of this name to sit as nominating committee for this year-end council.
It's been moved. Any seconder? All right. Any questions? Any comments? All right. Question is closed.
Compensation.
All right. Thank you very much. All in favor may say aye. Opposed, same. The next committee we want to put in place is the compensation committee. Compensation what? Review
committee.
Compensation review committee. And so we will listen to that one and vote on it.
Pastor Chair, the leadership is recommending the following as members of the compensation review committee. The chair will be Elder George Egwake. The members will be Elder Ted Wilson, Titi Okran, Njok Vivian, Ari Yohana, Dr. Bertin, Sister Jamo, Sister Matilda, Pastor Koroma, Professor Tayo, Michael Asa, and the 3 ward officers will also be invited to the compensation review committee. So moved.
It's been moved. Any seconder? Somebody from the departmental unit. Nobody. All right. Any comments? Question is called. All in favor say aye. Opposed, same. Thank you very much. So the nominating committee will meet first. After that, then we will announce the meeting of the compensation review committee. Meanwhile, we'll be leaving for lunch. Immediately after lunch, let's give ourselves a time. We have a lot of work to do, so today we are giving ourselves 45 minutes. Yeah, so a lot on our plates. So please, be back here by 3:30. 3:30. And you see, I've been looking here. If I look at the agenda for today, yesterday we didn't finish. And today too, we have a lot. As soon as we come, I think Prof. Tayo should be given the opportunity, Elder. Professor Tayo should give his report first. It should be followed by Pastor Belisasa. And then you follow through.
Samboro, because they will be traveling also.
Yeah, okay. Then please note the amendment on the daily schedule so that we follow them accordingly. Stambro will come after Pastor Belisasa. And then the videos. If your video is more than the 10 minutes, when it is 10, end it.
and let's vote on it and then move on. Please, let's be time conscious. When we come in the afternoon, Pastor Quenin will be chairing. So please be conscious of time. We have to finish all what is on our plates. And so let's be compliant. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Sorry, the nominating committee members will be meeting immediately after lunch in 45 minutes in the boardroom. Just as you turn to the right, you'll see it there. Thank you.
Yes, mon frère. Bien, prions. All right, lève-toi.
Nous allons prier. Notre Dieu, notre Père, nous te glorifions, nous te remercions de ton amour pour nous. Merci de ce privilège que tu nous as accordé de réunir ici et, Seigneur, de se pencher sur tes affaires. Seigneur, tout ce que nous avons fait depuis ce matin, nous te disons merci. Seigneur Dieu, aide-nous afin que nous puissions comprendre le sens de la mission que tu nous as donnée, afin que, Seigneur, nous puissions nous conformer à ta volonté. Seigneur, tout ce que nous avons dit, planifié, aide-nous à les appliquer dans nos différents champs, Seigneur. Maintenant que nous allons prendre ce temps de repos, Seigneur, bénis cet instant et ramène-nous afin que nous puissions continuer ce que tu nous as confié. Accorde-nous, Seigneur, ta force, ton esprit, dans tout ce que nous allons faire, Seigneur. Bénis tous tes serviteurs qui se sont évertués de passer ici, nous présenter tout ce que tu as planifié pour nous édifier. Seigneur, merci pour ton amour. Au nom de Jésus-Christ. Amen.